Okay. When I did it the other night, it did start recording and hit it on our end. Yep. Yep.
Gotta be a hero. Fake news.
Yeah, it's like 30 to 45 and then it should. You can keep hitting it.
Everything working for you? Wires.
There, we've been thawing some of the older stuff out a couple times a day, but that's just what it is. That's right. But everything else, they're comfortable.
So my son was looking.
Okay, you're good to go.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and start the public comment sign-in request. It's time for you to state what you're here concerned about. There will be no comment from the board at that time, though. The first one I have is a Dan, is it Patron? If you'd come up, state your name.
Just have a seat. Yep.
Thank you. Dan Payton, address 21847, State 287. I live just north of the Dairy Ridge Dairy Barn facility that is in question today. The manure management on the facility has been stretched to its limit with, they call emergency spreading of manure that's happened consistently throughout the years. This side of the facility, we're in a commercial operation. The reason for the ruling of winter spreading is not to have any runoff. To me, when you spread manure on top of the surface and not till it in, or not even attempt to till it in, is to me is the same thing as winter runoff. It's still on the surface. We're trying to get the nutrients, especially the phosphorus, below the surface before it runs off with the snow melt. In this location, we have a lake that is very high in phosphorus, one of the highest ones in Todd County, Lake Latimer. Now, Lake Association attempt to minimize or reduce that phosphorus content is basically avoided with spreading manure in the direct runoff direction of this lake. To me, this is just throwing money away, the Lake Association throwing money away, trying to clean this lake when somebody is putting it right back in, especially the phosphorus content. And facility like this, they're big enough, they should have a emergency plan not to actually spread it, but actually to store it someplace else. They already got it in a spreader. They got facilities to put a container and hold it. Why are they have to spread on top of the ground year after year and run it down the hill? It should be none. With that, they talk about two different locations. Well, this manure is coming from this barn, not that barn. Well, it gets back into this general census that if it's from this barn, it's okay, from that barn, it's not. Well, they're running back and forth between these two dairy barn, the dry cow barn and the milking barn consistently with everything that they have, including the spreaders that they're spreading with. So why aren't they more managing it together and trying to keep it separate to get around the rules? To me, this is a very negative for the neighborhood. And the second thing, as you probably already know, the big neighborhood is concerned about the environment overall. I suggest that a environmental assessment worksheet be done on this facility. Any facility that starts off over 1,000 animal units need to have one. And now we're going close to 3 and still don't have an assessment worksheet completed. I think we should be looking back to make sure we don't make a mistake on this facility and request an environmental assessment worksheet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep moving. We have a lot of people on the worksheet. Next would be Kevin. Good morning.
Well, Barb, thanks for letting me up here. My son Charlie and I farm together.
Kevin, you want to state your name, please?
Oh, Kevin Faust. And I live a mile from Dairy Ridge. And I don't go to town every day, but on December 31st, we were going to church. Spreaders coming out of Dairy Ridge, Sunday morning, 9 o'clock. On January 5th and 6th, they're spreading from their dry cow barn. And it is from here to Main Street, from Lake Latimer, where they're spreading, and the slope goes downhill toward the lake. On January 8th, I was coming home from cutting wood. They're hauling out of the Dairy Ridge from the site, from the dairy. On January 11th, they're hauling again. And my son and I farmed together. We're the 4th and 5th generation farmers in my family and my wife's parents. We've had contour strips on my father-in-law's farm, on our farm, since the 60s. We've had terraces, and I haven't done any tillage for 20 years. And all of our grain bins are full. And there's no reason to spread manure on top of the surface, especially in the wintertime. And I'd invite anyone to, if they want to drink that water next spring when it's coming off the field, they're welcome to do it. Because I'm sure no one would, because it's coming out brown. So anyhow, and this isn't this year. This is every year. And I don't like to complain about my neighbors, but they can't handle the manure that they have now. How are they ever going to handle it in the future? There's just, when that barn was originally built in 70 or 72, it was fine size for where it was. But there's just too many cows on the wrong place. And now they want to put more. And if you have to deal with the manure, and that's the issue. So, at least for me.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Next will be Amanda.
Can we switch and have Jesse go? Are you ready? Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jessie Becker-Sagi. My parents own the property adjacent to Dairy Ridge, which is surrounded on 2 sides by their property, which has ultimately been deeded to me and where I plan to build a house and raise my family. That's where I grew up and that's where I want to return. As you know, an appellate court will review the county's decision to deny a CUP independently. And their basis will be whether it was reasonable, and look to any unreasonability, arbitrary decisions. Here, the proposed conditional use permit does not meet several of the qualifications or elements under the zoning statute. And so a decision here to deny that would not be arbitrary, but instead supported by the multiple documents and evidence that has been presented to you. I know that's always a concern by a county when approving or denying a conditional use permit is what's going to happen after the fact. And I think that you do have enough evidence here to support your decision in denying that. I think that's what should be done today. Under section 505 of the zoning ordinance, the applicant for the permit has the burden of demonstrating the standards have been satisfied. What has Dairy Ridge proved and presented to you to satisfy those 9 elements? Yes, it's a condition that is a use that's allowed out there, but what about the other 7? The real effects of this are shown through the DNR reports, the water reports that are presented to you, and the DNR states that there are several of your constituents, several landowners nearby that are at high risk, others that are at medium risk, and others that are at an unknown risk. Those are the wells that are marked. That's hard evidence. There's 2 water samples. One was sent to you recently and one was sent to you a few weeks back that suggests that our property we can't drink the water. It's simply not within the standards, and it's in fact 3.5 times the standards. And Trout Wells told me on the phone that that comes from farm runoff and from fertilizer. Dairy Ridge is the only farm surrounding our property. And contrary to comments made at the prior hearing, we do use that property every day. My dad, his friends, my kids, my campers park there all summer. We use that property every day to cook, to drink, to brush our teeth with. We're out there daily. Under the ordinance, in granting this permit, the board has to consider, it says shall consider, the effect of the proposed use upon the health, safety, and general welfare of the occupants, of the surrounding lands. That's the people sitting here today. You have to consider the effects on our health, safety, and general welfare. You have to consider whether we'll wake up tomorrow and have water, whether that water is drinkable. Under parent 2 of the zoning ordinance, section 505, Dairy Ridge has to establish that the conditional use permit will not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property. I have been told by a mortgage professional that I would not qualify for certain mortgages or loans, rural development, HUD, FHA, VA, or others to build or expand. And I'm certain others won't either because of the level of our nitrates in our water. You're required to issue a written statement explaining your decision after today. And there's so many things that have been presented to you that don't meet the qualifications under these 9 standards, including specifically 2 and 5 as I've addressed today. The use will create a pollution hazard or detrimental environmental effect. That's certain. That's been presented. I know that the board has no control over and no concern over what permitting gets done from here on out, that you don't have control over the state levels, but you do have to consider these 9 elements under this ordinance. And you do also have to consider the...
Jesse, I hate to cut you off, but we've got other ones.
Sure, last
and
one.
We have to start our meeting at 9 o'clock, so.
And you do have to consider the statute 103G 261, which is that water allocation priority. We're first. Dairy Ridge is 3rd on that list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda, are you? Yep. And then I have a Greg Hansen and a Corey. 3, but we have to start a meeting in 3 minutes, so. Udala.
Okay, Amanda Ziggin, just hitting again on what Jesse talked about just real quickly. Public health, safety, general welfare, water's an issue, the sample's an issue. Another purpose of the ordinance is to conserve and develop natural resources. We know the well's an issue and that natural resource with that aquifer is in jeopardy. Minnesota law requires that projects that have a potential to cause significant environmental impacts require that environmental review. Impacts of pollution with that pit in the Duisma. And per my research, that has to be in the wellhead protection plan, whoever's in charge of that wellhead protection. Just making sure that is, I mean, if this passes, that is in their plan as an emergency thing before it's used or whatever. Sorry, trying to go fast. The conditional use permits, again, those 7 pieces, burden on infrastructure, We know there's issues with roads. There's some documented ticketed things with manure spreaders going down the roads at night with no lights on. That's hazards. If these pieces are not enough to deny the CUP permit, we do ask that another set of eyes is put on the manure management plan and question the numbers. You know, absolutely question the numbers and put your own set of eyes on it, do your own research. I mean, there's a lot of people who are gonna be affected by this, and I think it's due diligence to those community members to have it right. So, thank you.
Chris, we have to start the meeting right at 9 o'clock, correct? So I still have two, a Greg Hansen and a Carrie Hudala, that have not spoken. Can they speak after the meeting?
Madam Chair, they can speak after the meeting, or you can take their comment.
Right
And we
now?
just delay for a little bit.
Okay, we'll go ahead and continue with the comment then. Next would be Greg Hansen.
Greg Hansen, Little Sauk Township. It has to do with, I'm happy to report, I just talked to John Barber, Undersheriff, Chief Deputy. They'll be able to fill all the positions for road deputies. To me, that is just great news. So that's the main reason I was here and always here. The only other reason is you got to bump up the wage schedule. And I don't mean by the end of the year. I mean within months, few months. I don't know how you can do that, but you got to get the pay rates up higher and everything. You can't do anything as far as the judicial system because you have no authority over that. Only the state does. But I'm happy to report that sheriff's here right now. You're going to have a full department where you don't have the sheriff have to go out there and take incident reports and when he's supposed to actually read incident reports. And if he wants to go out on the road, he can go out on the road, or he can be in his office taking care of some of those situations. So to me, everything is going great. So that's all I got to say, and I got one other thing here. Can I give you the paper?
Yep, Chris can take it.
You can read that at your own discretion or whatever, because I guess there's no time left, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more person that signed up, and it's Carrie Hudala.
Carrie Hudala, 24107 220th Street. My main concern has already been said, a lot of it. The nitrate level between the manure and the wells. But my main concern is look on your money. It says, "In God we trust." There's no trust left. There wasn't one person on that zoning that said no. Oh, yes. Where's the trust at? We're supposed to take care of the community, not just yourself, because it doesn't concern you. You're out of the picture. And here we're going to sit with the little people, and we're screwed. All the elements are there. The nitrate's already a problem. The well is already a problem. Used to be 80, 90 bushel to an acre. Now it's 200 plus because of the chemicals and whatever that they're using. We extend it by 5,000 head of cattle. Where's it going to come from? You just keep dumping that on, it'll reproduce. That's just a given fact. So it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse if this goes through. We are so goddamn screwed. It's unreal. Who can afford all this? Osmosis and all this to try to keep your living at home and our own family. We can't go home at night and sleep in peace. We're supposed to, but we're not anymore. The name, trust. I don't hardly trust anything anymore. The country's going that way, and this ain't right down to the bottom here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and welcome to the Todd County regular county board meeting. The day is January 16th. The time is 9:03. Roll call. We have all commissioners present, auditor, treasurer, and our coordinator are also present. At this time, I'd like to take a moment of silence for Lisa, and we'll stand for the pledge then. We'll start with a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's extra chairs.
Oh, if you want to come in, there's extra chairs over here on this side of the room. With that, are there any amendments to the agenda?
I have none, Madam Chair.
If there are no amendments to the agenda, I'll ask for a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion by Byers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denning. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. And we'll go into the consent items, Denise.
Consent items today I have are the meeting minute approval for January 2nd, 2024. 3.2 malt liquor license for Swanville Sobieski Lions. That'll be held on 2/24/2024. Hire registered sanitarian David Detterman, start date 1/17/2024. Hire care coordinator RN Nicole Hagel, start date to be determined. Hire paraprofessional case aide Seth Bushke, start date to be determined. Hire support enforcement aide Kelly Bitts, start date to be determined, and accept resignation of Eric Carnes, part-time dispatcher, 12/26/2023.
Hearing the consent items, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Noska, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Chris?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we also have the 2023 Employee Fourth Quarter Service Awards. And the background for this is the Todd County Board of Commissioners recognizes the county employees are our most valuable asset and would like to recognize staff for years of service. So our first one, and when I call off the staff, if they would please come up, I'll hand the certificate, and if they can maybe go behind the commissioners. So the first one we have is Derek Eberly. So Derek has been with Todd County for 5 years. He is currently the Child Services Supervisor for Health and Human Services. Derek here? Okay, Derek's not here yet. I think he might be coming. So our next service award goes to Angela Hopkins. Angie has been with Todd County for 5 years. She is currently a social worker in Health and Human Services. And our next service award goes to Christine Kasubi. Chris has been with Todd County for 10 years. She is currently the administrative assistant in administration. She's not here this morning. Our next service award goes to Lori Millitz. She has been with Todd County for 5 years. She is a part-time correctional officer with the Sheriff's Office. She is not here this morning as well. But we do have Elizabeth Muchow here. Elizabeth has been with Todd County for 5 years. She is currently a correctional officer with the Sheriff's Office. Congratulations. And our last but not least service award is for Veronica Turchin. So Ronnie Turchin has been with Todd County for 5 years. She is currently a registered nurse with Health and Human Services. And if I could just take a moment to just snap a really quick photo, please, with all commissioners.
About that part.
Very nice, thank you very much.
With that, we will go into the public hearing on the tax abatement. And that's for the city of Long Prairie.
The public hearing on the approval of a proposed tax abatement by the county on certain property located within the county. The background, on December 19th, 2023, the Todd County Board of Commissioners approved the setting of a public hearing on the approval of a proposed tax abatement by the county on certain property located within the county. A public hearing date was set for January 16th, 2024, and notice has been posted and published accordingly to gather public input on the proposed tax abatement. So this is just the time for public hearing if people have comments, questions, or concerns.
Is there any public to speak for or against?
If there's none, we can just move on to the next.
I had Chris Odden come up. Chris?
Denise, do you want to flip over to
And
Zoom?
Chris is not speaking for or against, he's just giving, as commissioners, information.
Thank you, Commissioner Becker. You had asked me to do a little research and provide a little background on county tax abatements. This falls well within our policy of legal abatements that we have done in the past. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but approval of this abatement would equal about $2 per parcel per year as a county as a whole. Parcels in the city of Long Prairie would be closer to an average of $35 per parcel per year for the duration of the abatement. The money that is received by that abatement it isn't taken away from other ones, but it doesn't do anything to reduce the tax liability of other parcels, if that makes sense. Is there any other information that I could provide at this time?
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
So my question would be, Madam Chair, so my constituents in West Union Township would be responsible for paying a portion of this, correct?
Yep, on average, it'd be about $2 per parcel for every single parcel in the county. That's obviously an average. Larger valued parcels would pay proportionately more, while smaller valued parcels would pay less. But yes, every parcel would pay, or not pay, they wouldn't have their liability reduced by this project. If this project moves forward without the abatement, then those West Union parcels would have about a $2 reduction because of this. If you approve the abatement, they would not receive an increase, but they would also not receive that extra tax dollars in the pool, if you will. Because as a board, you don't approve a tax per parcel, you approve an entire budget. Mm-hmm. And that budget is divided by our total tax capacity or value. In a case of an abatement, you're basically saying this value doesn't exist. So in this case, this $7 million project, we're just gonna scoot it to the side and base our tax rates off of everything but that. I'm severely oversimplifying, but that's the very basis of the proposal. So.
Yes,
So you've
Mr. Byers.
kind of simplified this for $2 per parcel, but I want to know give the whole group here, what's the total amount that's going to be abated? And the time frame?
I think,
11 years, yeah.
so in the packet that was online, I did print it off. I believe it's about page 26. There is $200,000 that would be slated directly towards this project. And then a little over $1 million that would be slated for a Long Prairie fund, if you will. So this project is asking for a $200,000 tax abatement. That would take
From the Todd
approximately.
County taxpayers?
Yes.
Not one district, the entire Todd County taxpayer base?
Yep. The parcels in Long Prairie City would be paying more because they also pay I shouldn't say that. They're not paying more, they're not being reduced because this project, every parcel is in 3 tax districts: the county, a school district, and a township or a city. Parcels in Long Prairie City are in 2 of those 3, so they're affected twice.
Yeah, there's a city portion to there, and there's a county portion to this abatement.
Yep, and a school portion. I don't
But
believe the
what-
school portion's part of this, but
Is there something in that report that talks about the city's,
you want to go to 26?
Ah,
Is that 26?
On 26, so
Find a sheet that looks like this.
we'll look for it.
Oh, I'm.
in a nutshell, is it it's a $1 million impact
Or 24.
to the community and the county?
Yep, the bottom line here on the Ellers report says $1.266 million, right there. In the column with the heading semi-annual gross tax abatement.
So every year.
Every year it'd be just over
twice a year.
$100,000.
Is that twice a year then?
That's a
Every year,
semi-annual
twice a
payment.
year. So semi-annually, there'll be, those taxes will be abated.
Yep,
And that portion spells out the city and the county portion,
correct.
the 20, okay.
Most of these are, well, all of it's an estimate, estimate based off of, and they give their rates of inflation on there too. The 25 or 26 in this case would be pretty accurate. As property values increase or decrease and tax needs change, these numbers are fluid. So this isn't a hard and fast $54,715.
Understood.
Are there any other questions? Commissioners? The audience?
We're still in the public hearing.
Yes, we are. If you want to come up and state your name. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chris.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Holt. My wife and I have Prairie Family Dental and some other things in town here. When we were talking about going initially doing Prairie Family Dental along Prairie here, we went to the city and had the conversation of, hey, what is the odds we could ever get a tax forbearance in Long Prairie? Not looking for anything long, not looking for anything a lot. We're a small business, trying to keep a small business in Long Prairie. Barville was offering a lot, Long Prairie was not. We have grassroots here, so we decided to stay here. And when I had this conversation about Long Prairie Packing and the tax forbearances in Long Prairie for them, the conversation basically got put that they have about 8 lawyers and you guys have about 1. And you're gonna lose every day. Just remember that. You guys have the leverage of the fact of them having everything here already. And when we got basically turned around and said, yeah, it's probably not gonna happen, I don't know that I would pursue it any further. There's some conversations that had, I'm not saying that I wasn't at fault. There's probably some of that on me as well. Now with that being stated, you guys could probably fund a lot of small businesses for a long period of time in a lot of different counties and a lot of different, sorry, not counties, in a lot of different cities in Long Prairie with that kind of dollar figure. And you know what that would do for them in their pocketbook and then starting to spend around town? Probably would be a lot. Up to you guys. I just thought I'd let you know that it maybe would behoove you to look at what you could do for a fund for smaller businesses as far as tax forbearance if you're looking at doing this. That is something that I wish that we had. But I also understand that this is what's on the table today. So, thank you.
I have
Yeah.
a question. Being newer to the board,
Mm-hmm.
this conversation you had was with
Ted Gray.
city.
The city.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was
Yep,
city or
yep,
county.
yep. No, so I talked to the city, and then who did you referred me to someone in top? Who was that? Todd. Okay. Yep.
Appreciate your
So,
answer.
yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments for the public hearing? If there are no other comments for the public hearing, we'll now close the public hearing part of this. The next one would be 7.1 would be a resolution relating to a tax abatement, granting the abatement for certain, or for within the county, and I believe the city of Long Prairie.
I did. Are you on? Yeah.
Ted?
Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate time to present this again. I do have Tammy Barber here from American Foods, Long Prairie Packing, and I will introduce the crew we have online. So we have Skip and Andrew DeShaniel with DW Jones, the developers for the group. I have Carl Buckner from American Foods, and then Todd Hagan for Ellers for the financial aspect for it. So I'd like to just address a few of the questions and concerns, with when it comes to the tax side of things that Chris had brought up, which I do appreciate him making those comments. The main thing I'd like to look at the word is that it isn't impacting, it would, what was the word you used, Chris? It was not.
It's not creating additional tax for people. It's just not reducing.
It's just not reducing the current tax burden at this time. So the goal of the project is, yes, that $200,000 would be provided to the developer for this project due to the location that it's located in. The other part, again, is what the request is a collaborative with city and county to collect the rest of those tax dollars to pursue what the city council has requested me to do, is to find additional housing project and areas to develop in the city of Long Prairie. So the idea is that we would use those extra dollars to pursue funding opportunities, grant opportunities to create, build roads, infrastructure to allow for development within Long Prairie, which then it would, of course, could increase the tax base at that point. If we would not accept the abatement, the more likely the city, and doesn't mean the city would have to then specifically levy for additional road construction in those items, which then, of course, would lead to a tax increase for the community members of the city of Long Prairie. So again, with the idea is that the item is not technically recognized. Yes, it would, if these taxes were on the tax roll, as they were part of that pie that we all draw from, the $35 would affect the individuals in Long Prairie. The $2 for everyone in Todd County, again, isn't being recognized at this point. But if I have to levy at that point, that $35 for the individual in Long Prairie could also be a lot higher. Again, we don't have project expenses and those things, but going through a road project at this time, costs are high and they continue to go higher. So any dollar amount that we can set aside before we do a project can always assist to that point, as well with the state of Minnesota putting away lots of dollars for housing for the state of Minnesota, and being in rural Minnesota, will have an option to apply for grants in those opportunities. So, but I would like to turn over to Skip and Andrew to describe, what some of the questions I had received regarding what that $200,000 would be used for and would pertain to the development. And then we would lead into Carl to explain a little bit about the project itself that American Foods Long Prairie Packing is looking at constructing. Go ahead, Skip.
Okay. Thank you, Ted and commissioners. Sorry I can't be there in person, but thank you for giving us the opportunity to join via Zoom. 4th Street Apartments will be located in the city of Long Prairie Southwest Industrial Park. on 2 parcels of land. The building will be a 3-story with elevator apartment. The City Council and Planning Commission have approved a conditional use permit, a vacation of utility easements, and lot combinations so far. The only items that remain are the approval of the tax abatement and building permit. We hope you support our project today so that we can go to working drawings soon and break ground in the spring. Housing is very short in supply in many counties in Minnesota, and Todd County is no different. We developed and opened 2nd Avenue Apartments in Long Prairie on June 1st, 2021. Last year alone, we ran 100% occupancy and never had a vacant unit the entire year. This helps demonstrate how it is in Long Prairie and in Todd County. Will the 61 units solve the problem? Of course not, but it'll help start making a difference. We are only asking for $200,000 at present value, as has been explained by others so far. And as Ted mentioned, the additional TIF revenue used to build a fund to help do other housing projects in the community, and hopefully leverage those dollars in the state to do even more. Our TIF, our tax abatement, really all 3.5 years out of the 11-year abatement program. At 2nd Avenue, we received $669,310 from the county, city, and school through a tax abatement, and we appreciated your support for that project. And 11.9% of the project costs. In addition to that, we also received a grant from the state of Minnesota for $1,338,620, which represented 23.9% of the project costs. 2nd Avenue received grants and total assistance represented 35.8% of the project costs to make it work. At 4th Street Apartments, we are only requesting 1.8% assistance from the county and city. Long Prairie Packing parent companies will fund the balance of that shortfall. You're probably sitting there asking yourself, why help Long Prairie Packing build an apartment in Long Prairie? It is simple. If approved, this will be the least expensive housing project you will support in your county. Any other project that is to be built is going to be asking for assistance much closer to what was received at 2nd Avenue. It's interesting, the cost to build in Todd County is about the same as it is in the Twin Cities, with the exception of land costs. In the Twin Cities, 2-bedroom rents at new properties easily run more than $2,000 a month. Our 2-bedroom, 1-baths range from $1,080 to $1,125 a month. That leaves us with a large gap to fill, which Long Prairie Packing is doing. With the delays we've incurred thus far, we've missed the 23-24 construction season. Our costs will be higher with inflation. We have double the cost of straight legal and architectural drawings. But once at full value, 4th Street Apartments is estimated to pay over $120,000 per year in property taxes. This is economic development for the county, city, and school with a very small investment request. Help us, help you, make a difference in housing in Todd County. I'm happy to answer any questions that you would like, any specific information about the project, building design. We're happy to answer as well, and Andrew Duchesne would answer them to you. Thank you. Ted, do you want Carl to speak next?
Is there any questions from the commissioners for Skip at the moment?
You want to wait till the end?
I might have a question here. Back in July, there was a public hearing on the city side of things that there was a statement, I believe, from the developer that Long Prairie Packing company is not seeking any financial aid from government or grants. So the changing factor was, and this was published in the Long Prairie Leader, I'm sure that they have July 12th or something like that, July 18th weekly newspaper. The big change is because of the delay, or, I mean, please, it's kind of hard to actually really hear this.
It's very hard.
It's unfortunate that you're not here in person, because it's very, very hard to hear this, whether it's on our end or your end. But, you know, the development costs, I'm trying to wrap my head around that, I mean, development's one thing, building's another. Obviously lumber costs have dropped dramatically since this thing was probably planned in 2022 or 2023. They're 3/4 of what they were then. So I'm assuming there's gonna be a heck of a savings on the building of the piece. 2x4 don't cost the same it did in 2021. So help me get my head around the development costs, and maybe it's through Ted, you hear them better?
Just the question first was, you'd mentioned it was in July that the public hearing that you referenced.
Yeah, I don't have the exact date. I'm pretty sure it was July.
There was an initial location change from
Yep.
that point. So at that time, there was no pack, Library Packing, the developer was not pursuing any grants, other funding opportunities. The city actually at that point was looking to obtain, would have asked for a TIF district or an abatement to assist against the parcels to update roads near Marquette and Second Avenue, which were in those locations. With that, the city council denied that conditional use permit. With the relocation and other developmental costs that have changed, the delays have occurred at that point. Skip, you can follow up with any other questions on that. But if that's referencing the day in July, we had a public hearing and went through the process already in a different location that was denied at that point. But to really would have actually come back and asked for funding opportunity to abate or do a TIF district against the development to assist the city in updating roads in the first location that was proposed.
And to further explain, and that is correct. At our first location, we were not asking for any assistance. When we were turned down and the project was delayed and we're having to wait another construction cycle to bid the project out, we are going to see inflation and costs being higher from last year to this year. And as I mentioned earlier, just the duplication of architectural, engineering, surveying of going to another site is how we've arrived at this small request. Keep in mind, our portion of the request is $200,000 out of our $11 million project, and out of at present value, the $769,000 to be captured by this tax abatement, we are only asking for $200,000, a small portion of this total tax abatement.
Hey, Skip, do occupancy rates play a factor in your development costs?
Certainly. I mean, the higher occupancy the building has, there's more revenue. On a new build, you have to figure some vacancy. There's no lender in the world that would allow you to go in and say, hey, Second Avenue is 100%. This one will be 100% too. And there are evolutions that take place over time. One year you might have some vacancies, the next year you don't. It is always changing. But yes, we think it'll be strong occupancy. But if you look at the numbers that I presented, Second Avenue had a tremendous amount of public support to make that project successful. This project, Long Prairie Packing, is funding almost all of that. There is none of that additional money coming in this project. We are only asking for this little $200,000 assistance.
So, Madam Chair, our Health and Human Service Director has kind of give us a heads up that the possibility of adding more staff within the county. Now, is this facility going to be strictly for workforce for the packing plant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good question, Commissioner. I appreciate that, because some of the things as I thought about when this was brought to board is that you're gonna have 61, let's say occupancy is strong. I'm gonna be willing to bet it's maybe even sold out. You could probably pre-sell it out. So you have 61 rental units at $900 to $1,300 a unit is gonna be a revenue stream of, you know, I don't, what, 700,000, 600,000, it's healthy, it's good. We project that the county would have a staffing request to handle different requests that we're already seeing on a, you know, more frequent basis. And then the Todd County taxpayer forgoes tax revenue. You know, I understand it's $200,000, which doesn't go far these days, but in a lot of people's pockets, that goes a long way. It's, I'm just being forthright and transparent here. That ruler, this is kind of, I don't see where it lines up, you know?
You have other speakers or not, Ted?
At this time, if Carl would like to speak a little bit regarding the project itself, otherwise, I don't have any other presentation materials at the moment.
All right, can you hear and see me fine right now?
Yes.
All right, so my name's Carl Buchner. I'm the group controller of American Foods Group, which is the parent company of Long Prairie Packing. And I'd like just to give you a little overview of the presentation here to explain the extreme need for this project. We'll also give you a solid background on Long Prairie Packing. Providing a little bit of history, Long Prairie Packing has been in the community since 1974. And back then it was about 30 employees when it first started. But through many years of capital investment, $44 million over the last 10 years. And we're now a 120,000 square foot facility, a state-of-the-art beef processing facility with the capacity to harvest as many as 2,000 head of cattle a day. There's a little history on Long Prairie, and the benefit of Long Prairie Packing to the beef producers in this part of the country cannot be overstated. Long Prairie Packing is a significant contributor to the agricultural economy in the region, especially the beef producers, because we are a ready and willing purchaser of cattle from all over the area. Long Prairie Packing also contributes to the communities, that we are in. And Long Prairie, our plant itself, has contributed over $200,000 to local causes, teams, and events in just the past 3 years. In addition, we were the largest private donor for the new Centra Care Clinic and Wellness Center here in town, with a total of $750,000 contributed. In addition, we sponsor annual golf tournament to raise dollars for the local Head Start program. We've helped build baseball and softball fields, which bear the Rosen family name. We've been active in the chamber, and we are currently participating in the effort to bring more daycare to the community. We are an engaged and caring member of the local communities that we serve. And let me talk about our employees. Because there seems to be some misinformation being circulated about them, and they're really the focus of this project we are here for today. As I stated, we currently have more than 500 employees working here. About 60% of those employees I would describe as long-term. That is, they have worked in the plant long enough to call this area their home. They have good jobs with great benefits, and they have either found good housing already, or they're looking for quality housing for the long term. The biggest challenge facing many of these men and women is that they are just not finding the permanent housing that they need. The growth and success of Long Prairie Packing over the past 2 decades has meant that there's a need for workers has grown significantly, at the same time that the local supply of labor has been declining. The need to keep this valuable plant fully staffed and operating efficiently means that Long Prairie Packing has had to go beyond the local labor market to meet its labor needs for a while now. The bottom line is that the demand for manufacturing labor in the area far exceeds the supply. And it isn't just Long Prairie Packing that needs workers, it's many other manufacturers and businesses in the area too. It was for this reason, and this reason only, that in about 2015, Long Prairie Packing began to regularly recruit workers from outside the region. For that recruitment, we have primarily focused on the southern United States and Puerto Rico, because that is where many potential employees are. There have been many workers from that part of the country looking for better opportunities who have been willing to give Long Prairie, Minnesota a try. For that reason, in 2016, we provided a temporary housing as we purchased Viking Village in Alexandria, Minnesota. Viking Village is a dormitory-like temporary housing complex that is providing to new employees needing temporary housing because they are new to the area. The biggest challenge they then face is finding suitable long-term housing. There's a housing shortage in the area that we've talked about, and housing continues to be one of the major reasons that businesses cannot expand in the area and new businesses can't come to the area. The same is true for our new workers. They can't settle here without suitable housing. These realities have only been made worse by housing development cost inflation and the high interest rates we have today. This housing shortage is a reality that Long Prairie Packing has been facing for several years now. That's the reason that just a few years ago, as Ted mentioned, that Skip mentioned, that we partnered with D.W. Jones to build Second Avenue apartments here in town. That particular project was not dedicated to Long Prairie Packing employees only, and is filled up almost immediately and has remained fully occupied since. Since that initial project on Second Avenue only had a modest impact on the housing shortage, we started looking at other ways we could more directly address the housing shortage for our employees. As we studied the situation, we learned that many companies with large manufacturing operations in more rural areas and smaller communities have had to make their own initiative and develop employee housing in their own communities. Examples are Marvin Windows in Warwood, Minnesota, Abbeyland Foods in Curtis, Wisconsin, to name a few. The purpose of these projects is to give employees and their families the opportunity to have suitable housing for the long term while they work at their careers and become members of these communities. And I think an important point here to point out is understand that none of these employers want to be in the housing and landlord business. The housing market in greater Minnesota, greater Wisconsin, and other states really have left us without a choice. We need to have our plant operations staffed to be successful, while also providing our employees and their families with the quality of housing they deserve as long-term, dedicated employees. So our answer to this challenge is to continue our partnership with D.W. Jones as the developer and manager of the property to be built. This will be a professionally managed property, and prospective tenants, even though they are employees, will have to go through a normal application process to qualify for an apartment. And they will have to sign long-term leases. We anticipate our future tenants will include current employees already in the area looking for better housing for themselves, as well as new employees who decide to come to Long Prairie because they now have the opportunity to secure housing for themselves and their families as soon as they're able to get settled in the area. So kind of our prong here is we have the short-term housing, we have long-term here with an apartment complex. And one other thing that we do is we also provide long-term solution here is we all a home ownership program which helps employees through a home buyer's assistance program. So far in Long Prairie, we have helped 39 families achieve the dream of home ownership. And that program that we have, that's basically a down payment procedure that we have a forgivable loan for our employees. And so far, we've had 39 families participate in this program just in the last 2 years. This is a program we've offered in cities, and we've had dozens and dozens of our employees take advantage of this opportunity. So I guess in short, so that's our story. Fine packing plant here in Long Prairie. We support the community ways that I've explained, but now due to a housing market in the area that simply can't provide adequate housing for many people that come and work for us, we have decided to take the next step and develop long-term in place. We don't want to be in the real estate business, as we stated earlier, but we've been forced to be in that due to the reality of the housing market in great.
Carl, you there?
This will be we have safe, quality housing a reality, and this is the way we can do it. It will help us, and will also help this community by ensuring suitable housing for hardworking Americans who, like all of us, are simply trying to achieve the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. I want to reference one. Did the commissioners receive a letter from Rick Utek, your Todd County Economic Development Coordinator?
can't
Did you receive a letter from Rick Utek regarding the your Todd County Economic Development Director?
yeah.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah. So I was going to have Todd Hagan from Ellers, who created the tax payment run, will speak in just a moment. But I did want to reference that letter, when Rick had estimated that, with the new apartment, 61 employees, again, it'll be a mixture of new and current members of the community moving into this apartment. But there's a potential where there could be a $4.5 million benefit a year for money being spent in our community. And the letter lays that out with the wages and revenue occurred from employees of Long Prairie Packing that consider where some of those concerns in question would be on where other funding is going based off the concerns where the taxes would not be recognized and received at that $2 and $35 in the city. For just a brief explanation of what the abatement is, again, I'd like to turn over to Todd Hagan.
So, Madam Chair, I got.
Sure. Hello there. Todd Hagan from Ellers and Associates. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, great. Thanks for having me remote as well. We have offices in the Twin Cities here, so thanks so much. Lots going on today, Tuesday after MLK yesterday, but yeah, very well presented the project and the mechanics of sort of where the taxes sort of the impact if the project wasn't capturing those taxes and being redirected to the project and to the housing fund. So we've been looking at and all those numbers. We're pretty confident those are good estimates.
Todd, we're having some issues with the connection.
I'm not sure what I can do about that, but if it gets too bad, you can just stop me. So yeah, I just one important note also too is the tax abatement is not capturing the base value of those two parcels. So I think that's a little over $100,000 for the city property there as well. There's a shadow value on that, so all three taxing jurisdictions will right off the bat, as soon as the parts converted to private use from public use, that will go on the tax rolls and be distributed amongst the three jurisdictions. So we will be capturing, the tax abatement captures the new value over and above the base value on that. I just wanted to point that out as well to you folks. There is also going to be created a future housing abatement fund as well over what the remaining tax abatement would be for the 11 years. Was also mentioned as well that we would be, the city would manage that for future housing. It doesn't have to be for the industries. It could be for teachers or any other workforce housing type projects that come forward in the city as well. There's a city account and a county account that will be established as well. The city will manage that, and any projects that housing abatement fund would be used for in the future would require approvals of the city council and the county board as well. And then if that is not used or not all of it is used at the end of the period, 11-year period, what's remaining would be redistributed to the county auditor and go back to the city and to the county, what's remaining as well. So that's the other prong to this request, is the establishment of a future housing abatement fund that could be used for other housing purposes, whether it be public infrastructure, whether it be to help with keep rents low or what have you. That would be on an approval basis as needed. So.
Thank you, Todd.
Yep.
Any other questions for us or our presentation group?
Madam Chair, just,
I've got a
Commissioner
question
Nestor?
for you. You know, it looks as though, you know, potentially, there's housing deficit here in Long Prairie, but, you know, this will potentially bring in people from other areas. I understand that, bring in some revenue, but, have you looked at, you know, we know that we're also at a deficit for childcare right now too, so you bring in more people, more children. Would there be any plans for something like that? Because, I mean, you pile a bunch more people in this community and having no place for those children to have daycare or things like that, that kind of puts another hardship on us.
Yeah, correct. I know that we've had many discussions. I know Chris and I and there's been a group of individuals and working trying to find different options, whether it's a center or a pod system and those items. You know, with some of these areas where this development could occur, there definitely could be. And then referencing the pod system like Stevens County did, you know, that is designed as a housing project that also assists as a daycare center. So if you use that example, infrastructure that's updated could possibly assist in locating a daycare facility or a pod model in a location where we would choose for other housing development. So it is being processed. It is always a thought that we have. I know I've been working with members of the community for almost 3 years and trying to find an access to quality daycare and then try to find that option. Unfortunately, within daycare, building a center isn't a money-making opportunity, and there's a lot of financial factors to it, which we've gone down and had discussions with groups and other individuals, and the pod system seems to be an option, which I know some of the commissioners that may have been involved in that discussion or may have seen the Stevens County project in Morris that was completed. So that'd be something that we definitely, some of this abatement dollars could be used to update infrastructure in that area to allow for creation of a daycare facility such as that.
Well, you know, for me personally, I'd like to see that in this plan already, you know, as part of this, if, you know.
Doesn't it, I mean, to me, there's a, in the matter of 6 months, 7, 8, whatever we are here now, there's a lot going on there. The comprehensive plan or maybe now I'm just, because I'm new and I haven't seen it, but, or don't understand it, help me out here, but, you know, there's so many other considerations to take into effect here besides just, let's build a 30-some story, or not story, 30-some foot building with 61 people in it. You know, we get folks that come to the county, not every week, but sometimes, that are looking for housing. They've come here to live the American dream, as you say, and it doesn't work out for them, and then they have nowhere to go. They don't have a house, they don't have a winter jacket, they don't have a nickel in their pocket. And so what becomes of them? What becomes of the child care, you know? Listen, I owe a lot to the packing plant. My father-in-law was the plant manager when Lud Rosen was around. My sister was a health and safety nurse there. Her husband ran the plant back in the 2000s. The packing plant's been great for our community. You know, they're going to have full occupancy. You mentioned that full occupancy means the banks are they're going to fund this baby. But to me, it's not Todd County savings and loan here. We're not the First National Bank of Todd County. These banks are willing to, you know, step up. You know, they're hungry for money, and I hope it all goes well. I'm just trying to struggle with putting my hands on how does this county forego all this revenue and then add additional costs. It's tough for me to even vocalize, I guess.
Commissioners?
Yes, Madam Chair. Question. If the employees don't work out at Long Prairie Packing, does Long Prairie Packing pay for transportation to their requested designation?
Chairman Newman, I'm happy to answer that. This is Tammy Barber. I work for American Foods Group. I used to work for Long Prairie Packing for about 13, 14 years before I transitioned into the corporate environment. Long Prairie Packing has been in the process of reviewing their entire recruitment and relocation program to the Long Prairie area. With that, it's very rare that it does happen, but there are unforeseen circumstances that happen with that new person when they come here. So within that first week of transition to the Long Prairie area, Long Prairie has decided that they are going to also financially ensure that those people are able to return to their city or state of origin.
So should it be the responsibilities of the Todd County taxpayer to pay for them to go to their requested designation?
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Denny, any comments?
I did have some questions about where the funds would go, you know, we keep saying the tax was generated, over 11-year period, pursue additional housing needs in our community. I just wanted the word community more described, and Todd did that with the dollars, where they would be going and whatnot. And, that was my only concern. And then also I agree with the fellow commissioners too, you know, and as far as Lou with childcare, it's such a huge concern countywide. You know, I mean, and in the city, it's even larger yet. And I agree with Commissioner Byers there too on all his concerns. And yeah, I mean, it's my opinion that this thing's going to go up regardless. But I have a hard time seeing everybody from the county collectively having to be taxed for this project.
Okay, commissioners, at this point, I think we have 3 ways to be able to move forward, either to table, to adopt, or not to adopt at this point. And I guess I would ask what yours desire to do.
I make a motion to not adopt at this time.
Okay, there is a motion to not adopt. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second, motion by Byers, seconded by Naska. Discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it carries not to adopt. Thank you.
Change the input.
We're having some issues right now, Will. Denise?
So my items today then, Madam Chair, are the commissioner warrants. Background is sent for review. The recommendation is to approve the commissioner warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $77,533.34.
Okay, is there a motion for the commissioner warrants?
So moved.
Motion by Naska to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denning. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, roll call.
Commissioner Naska?
Yes.
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item I have is the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants. Again, background is sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $206,829.15.
Hearing that, is there a motion for the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants?
So moved.
Motion by Denny. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll do roll call.
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Naska?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item then is the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants. Background is sent for your review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $219,725.50.
Hearing that, is there a motion for the Health and Human Services SSIS warrants?
So moved.
Motion by Newman, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Byers, discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call?
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Nazca?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Thank you. Our next item is the 2024 Todd County Development Corporation allocation. Background is the 2024 budget is for the support of the Todd County Development Corporation and has been approved at $89,400, and a letter of request has been received to transfer the funds. Your options are to approve the transfer of funds or do not approve the transfer of funds. It is the recommendation to approve the attached resolution to transfer funds from the general fund to the Todd County Development Corporation Fund. And it is a budgeted item and for $89,400.
Is there a motion for the approval of the Todd County Development Corporation funds?
So moved.
Motion by Byers, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Nazca. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
The next item I have is the Todd Wadena Community Corrections 2024 allocation. The background is the 2024 Todd County budget for the support of the Todd Wadena Community Corrections has been approved at $619,404, and a letter of request has been received to transfer the allocated funds. It is the recommendation to approve the attached resolution for the transfer of funds from the general fund to the Todd Wadena Community Correction Fund for the 2024 allocation, and it is a budgeted item.
Is there a motion for the approval of the Todd Wadena Community Correction Funds?
So moved.
Motion by Nazca. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
And opposed and carries.
The next item I have would be the county motor pool vehicle replacement purchases. Background here, the county motor pool unit number 18, a 2021 Chevy Traverse, no, excuse me, that would be unit number 19, was a 2021 Chevy Traverse, and unit 18 was a 2009 Chevy Cruze. They were both involved in accidents recently, which deemed them both a total loss. Due to the unexpected immediate need of the division and concurrently with the planned unit purchase for the 2024, the Todd County Auditor Treasurer has secured bids from local vendors with the recommendation of the attached vehicle purchases from NIAS in Staples, Minnesota. Your options are to approve the vehicle purchase or do not approve. And what would be asking for the board today would be the purchase of 3. The first one is a 2020 Trax, which is a used vehicle with very low miles. It's like 20,000 miles. That's going to replace our little Cruze. There are some staff that go long distances and like to use a smaller car. And then the 2 new Equinoxes would be replacing the 2 that were compensated by insurance that were totaled a deem in the accidents that we had in November and December. So insurance funds that we're going to be receiving is $38,766 that'll be applied, and the remainder will come from our motor pool, which we already budget for new vehicles.
Okay, I would ask for a motion for the approval of the county motor pool to replace vehicles.
So moved.
Motion by Newman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Thank you. The staff will be happy. We've been kind of shorting our staff with no vehicles. The next item I have then is the Auditor Treasurer Training Board action. We're looking for temporary compensation approval for our AT department training. The background here, the Todd County Auditor Treasurer's Office has developed a training plan to provide the transition of staffing workloads due to the recent unexpected staffing changes within department. To build a solid foundation for the future, the majority of the training of the office's new staff, which will include up to 3 positions simultaneously, is being performed by the chief deputy. Due to the volume of everyday workload and providing training, the auditor's office is requesting the county board approve a temporary compensation exception for the chief deputy AT to provide, as provided by the personnel policy section 5 under K. This request has been submitted in writing and reviewed by the personnel committee. To go into deeper explanation is the chief deputy is a position that is in the policy, not compensated overtime. And currently, with losing a veteran of 20 years and having a new staff person and having just filled our part-time with full-time, she's only been on like 3 months as well. We're seeing a lot of transitioning of jobs. We're having a lot more mandates from the state that's coming down from all the bills that were passed last year, not to mention all of our ARPA funding that we have to file with the feds. And Jolene being the chief deputy, she can't get paid overtime, according to the policy. She gets time for time. My other problem with this that I run into is she's a veteran as well, over 15 years of experience, so she's accumulated her vacation time. Last year alone, when we didn't even have these situations or dilemmas, she wasn't even getting her compensated time off that she should have been getting time for time, and she was donating that to the county. It's gotten to the breaking point where I'm seeking out the board. I went to personnel. Personnel recommended coming to the county board. It's not fair for somebody to have to do all that training and donate all that time to the county. So we're just seeking a temporary, just through this training transition period. We've met with the personnel committee. We've given all the documentation. I'm hoping that got passed along to the rest of the board members in the packet. I don't know if I can explain anymore, but anyhow, our recommendation would be to approve the exception to allow the personnel policy section 5K for the chief deputy auditor treasurer to be financially compensated for hours worked above 40 each week at a rate for one rate at the discretion of the county auditor, effective immediately for the remaining of the 2024 calendar year. This would come from the general fund. It has the capacity to support it. Also, my fund would support any overtime because of the loss of a 20-year veteran. We're saving that wage there as well. And this is just, like I said, just during a training process for the first quarter we'll look at, and then moving into the summer. We're also dealing with 4 elections this season, and Jolene and I are both the administrators of that election. With new staff, they haven't even had the training to perform election duties, so we'll have to get them trained in that as well.
Okay, with that, I will ask for a motion for a temporary compensation approval for the Auditor Treasurer Department training.
I'll make a motion, but I'd like to discuss something first.
Motion by Naska.
Motion to approve, but, so
And-
she's working well over 40 hours a week is what you're saying, and
Yeah.
at her choice, she has no choice, has to get the job done, so.
Exactly.
And it's just a 1-to-1, so it's gonna be the same pay rate, it's not gonna be.
Nope, she's not
yeah,
getting any
so
overtime.
I mean, I feel like she's done a fantastic job and it keeps us well informed and everything's always on time, so I'm comfortable.
Yes, it is not overtime or compensated time and a half, like a staff employee would be getting time and a half.
It's
She's
just a
getting, if
regular
she works
wage.
an extra hour, she'll get paid an hour.
Okay, I have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Danny. Discussion.
I would just, yeah, I'd like to understand, is this the first time this has come about? Have we ever done this before? At least in the Seacmo seniors.
Yeah.
I don't recall, but it is necessary right now because of the young staff. We have a 2024 election coming up. Jolene has really got her plate full. So, but as far as this, I don't recall, but
I think in talking in personnel, I thought, and maybe I'm wrong, and I don't know how much I can share, but I thought there are other issues where this comes up because remember the HR said there was a column where people document their time for time.
right.
So, I mean, I don't know the variances.
It's not something that happens very often.
No, and that's
but
why
it's
asking this just be a temporary thing.
right.
It's not a permanent.
What, you're asking again what?
We're asking for this to be just a
Temporary.
temporary. It's not permanent. It's not going to change the policy.
it's to help train the newer staff to get them up to speed.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, Personnel Committee, we discussed that staff take time for time. And those exempt staff, which is who we're dealing with, they are allowed to take that time. I do not have a recollection of having that paid in the past. And I don't think we discussed that. We discussed the time for time.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it carries. Okay, next.
Okay, and then my next one flows right following that is to request to recruit our full-time deputy auditor treasurer. Due to the promotion within the department, the part-time deputy auditor treasurer position is currently vacant. The auditor treasurer has reevaluated the current workload within the department and how this position will fit within the organization. There exist duties, including election administration, that were never able to be reassigned to the deputy auditor staff during previous staffing transitions. The goal would be that the election administration would be the primary duty of the vacant deputy treasurer. However, this specialty requires more than a part-time commitment. The office also is looking to invest more deputy time for cross-training to prevent the transition imbalances in the future. Due to staffing changes, there exists capacity in the auditor treasurer 2024 budget to support an increase from the 0.75 to a full-time FTE for this position. Therefore, our office is requesting the part-time deputy auditor treasurer vacant position be increased to full-time deputy auditor treasurer and to begin recruitment immediately. This has also been brought forward to the Personnel Committee for review and is recommended to bring to board. Your options are to approve or do not approve, and is the recommendation to approve to increase the vacant part-time deputy auditor position to a full-time and to begin the recruitment immediately. It is a budgeted item, and as we stated with transition and a senior veteran leaving and moving to a different position within the county, them funds that we were paying a 20-year will offset and compensate for the because this person would be coming in at step one, where our last employee was left and went for a promotion. She was at the top of the scale. So that wage will offset this in the budget process.
Okay, is there a motion to recruit a full-time deputy auditor treasurer?
I'll make a motion to recruit.
Motion by Noska, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman, discussion. Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And it carries.
Thank you very much for your consideration on those.
Thank you. Nancy? We'll go into the ditch inspector.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just have one agenda item for the board. Acknowledge receipt of County Ditch 32 hold harmless agreement for ditch maintenance. Recommendation, the Todd County Board of Commissioners approves the following by motion. Acting as ditch authority, acknowledge receipt of a hold harmless agreement petition from multiple landowners to clean portions of lateral 3 on County Ditch 32 in section 8 and 9 of Turtle Creek Township.
Nancy, you want to show us the map?
Turtle Creek.
Yeah.
So there's 4 different parcels that are asking to have that second, and they're all gonna pitch in together and pay for it. And this is just to acknowledge receipt of it.
Okay. And is there a motion to acknowledge the receipt for ditch 32 for ditch maintenance?
I'll make.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Denny, second by Noska. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thanks, Nance.
Thank you.
Did you need to ask her something?
Pardon?
Did you need to ask her something? Okay.
Oh, excuse me, were you going to ask a question?
I said thank you.
Oh,
Good morning, everyone.
good morning.
The topic for my agenda item is the entertainment building at the fairgrounds. The background is the Facilities Committee is recommending replacement of the roof and side steel on the entertainment building at the fairgrounds due to storm damage in early October. Bids were submitted with the lowest bid being from Arnson Construction for a total of $22,594.11. The options are to approve the low bid from Arnson Construction for replacement of both sidewall and roof steel for a total of $22,594.11. The option 2 is to approve the low bid for only the roof steel of $15,096.55, or do not approve request. The recommendation to the board is to approve the bid from Arnson Construction to replace both sidewall steel and roof steel for a total of $22,594.11. And in the comments, it also states what we received from MCIT for the storm damage on the roof, and then where the remainder of the budget will come from.
Okay. I'll ask for a motion for replacing of tin at the fairgrounds on the event center.
I move to approve both the sidewall and the roof steel. Option 1.
Option 1. Is there a second for motion by Byers? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll just take a few minute break right now before we go into planning and zoning.
Hit the gavel.
Gavel it.
Hammer time.
Right.
Here we go.
I'm gonna be gone for that retirement party.
Chris's?
Chris's, yeah.
Where you gonna be?
Florida.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Nice.
We're gonna be at my wife's uncle's place. He's got a nice pad down there. Really nice pad. Our kids beg
You
us.
you look so disappointed.
Our kids beg us to go there every year. It's got a pool and a hot tub inside of Lanai, or get connected
Oh,
to
really?
in
Where
his house.
is it, like by?
Cape Coral,
Oh, so it's not far from Fort Myers and all that stuff?
right across the bay from
Yeah.
Fort Myers. Yeah, it's freaking awesome. Unreal.
I've been to down there, back in my first marriage, we went down a lot, because my first father-in-law, Andy Hildred, got a WJO in 90 country.
Not until
Huge
Denise says
supporter
so.
of Twins baseball.
We're ready.
All right, we're ready.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go into the planning and zoning part of it with Adam.
All right, thank you. First item this morning is Highway 27 salvage request for CUP. An application for a conditional use to establish a salvage yard on parcel 21-0008601 in Round Prairie Township. Was submitted on October 16th. The application was reviewed by the Planning Commission during the December 7th and January 4th public hearings. And the final recommendation from the Planning Commission was to grant the CUP with the conditions below. Options are to grant the CUP with conditions, deny the CUP, or remand it back to the Planning Commission. Although that is an option, I wouldn't recommend it with the timing of the application. So with that, the recommendation would be to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and grant the CUP to parcel 21-0008601 with the following conditions. 1, that the existing southern fence shall be moved to achieve a 50-foot setback from private wells. The fence shall be set back no less than 4 feet from the southern property line. 2, perimeter fence shall be maintained to provide sufficient screening from all public roads. Perimeter fence shall be no less than 10 feet in height measured from the ground surface. 3, perimeter fence shall be fully established no later than August 1st, 2024. 4, the applicant shall obtain MPCA industrial stormwater permitting, provide verification of permitting to the county. 5, accumulation of scrap material shall not be visible from US Highway 71. And 6, the applicant must abide by all other applicable federal, state, and local standards.
Thank you, Adam. At this time, I'll ask, what are the wishes of the planning and zoning?
Can we have a discussion first,
Discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like discussion first.
Okay, Commissioner Newman?
Thank you. First off, I was a chair back in 2013 when we signed this, where the county board approved it, and then the conditions were never followed through. And if the conditions would have been followed through, we wouldn't be here. So, again, we are relying on a county, and the county board for the MPCA to do all their permitting. And we approve it first and then rely on the MPCA to approve it second. That's ass backwards. Because if they need a permit from the MPCA, they should get that first, come back to the county, okay? And then we approve it. Because right now, we don't know, as commissioners, as elected officials, when we represent our constituents, we don't know. And when they call us, I can't answer that question, because then I have to call you and ask you if the MPCA permitted, you have a copy of it, or you don't have a copy of it, you know what I'm saying? This one here, it's just 10 years, over 10 years. You know, if for me, it feels like I was wasting my time. The county board was wasting our time because we put conditions on, they were never followed through.
Okay, other commissioners?
Yeah, I've got a question.
Commissioner Noska?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Becker. Question about the fence. I mean, we were all at the planning commission meeting. I recall a lot of the conversation, and I know one of the issues with the neighboring landowner was the fence was a big issue. The setback from the well, and then the fence, it says no less than 4 feet from the southern property line. Is that the one that the bordering neighbor had the complaint with his kids?
Right,
And the
yep.
Throwing, so are we saying it shouldn't be it should be no less than 4, or it should be less than 4 feet, 4 feet or less from the property line? Because we want it as close to the property line as possible, I believe, so we can put the steel side out and the kids don't have a chance to climb over the fence.
Madam Chair, I'll respond to Commissioner Newman.
Yes.
The intention was for it to not be any less than 4 feet, so that Shannon had space still on his property to do the maintenance of it. So if Shannon chose to make it more, I suppose he could do that, but it can be no less than 4 to provide opportunity, make it look nice, have room to do maintenance. That was the purpose of that.
Okay.
And the neighbor wouldn't let me on his property to do it.
Yeah, right, no, I recall that.
It's just kind of a.
Adam, did you want to respond to Commissioner Newman's, you said?
Sure, I get that perspective and I respect that. It would be nice to have all of those things in place in the conditional use process. I think people choose to go different routes with it because there's a cost to getting those other things. So they go through the conditional use process first to know that they've obtained this county permit, knowing that a lot of the other permitting is checkbox type permitting. So they get this conditionally approved, knowing they're gonna have to meet all of these conditions in this, and then go get those other permits after the fact. And we can condition those in there, make sure we get them, set it up so that verification is coming back to the county. It does leave questions out there potentially, but you're putting your trust in those state partners and state agencies to get the permitting in place, and that we're gonna get that back on the back end.
Is there some way we can do it to say, we will approve your permit and you will receive it after we see in writing that these have been taken care of and the conditions have been taken care of, but they actually don't have the permit until those conditions are fulfilled?
Not in the conditional use permitting process, unless you can put some sort of hang or something that they need to provide back to the county, such as providing any other permit documents or anything that you've achieved. It's different than the plating process, right? In the plating process, you have that preliminary approval and then meet all the stuff and do the final approval later. The conditional use process is just that single approval by the county board requiring meeting those conditions. If those conditions aren't met, they're automatically enforceable against the property owner or the applicant for not meeting them.
If I may, Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Byers.
You know, in the short time that I've been through some of these meetings the last 2 or 3 months, one of the biggest things I see is enforcement, or one of the least things I am taking is enforcement of ordinances, of permits, of, I don't say laws, but some of these things. And, you know, we're making a decision and we're losing control on the county level by, you know, whether it be MPCA or, you know, pick any acronym, I don't care. GIS, blah, 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 blah. And so, you know, it's, I know someone talked about trust earlier, I guess. I mean, we're trusting in these state agencies and they go very slowly. We don't have any control over it. And so I want to see the proof in the pudding is what I'm trying to say on the county level, that we're A, going to enforce these things, and B, we're going to ask for these things before we approve, you know, a permitting or ordinance or whatnot, so.
I was well on my way to putting up the fence. The fence was mostly, or a lot of it was done already until my shop burned down. And then I had to direct my funds and everything to other things.
Okay.
And in the meantime, the permit ran out too. So.
Excuse me,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner.
if I may, thanks. Adam, what does it look like if, you know, we drive by on August 2nd, the fence isn't established? What's the next step?
Okay, so if that scenario came up, we would do a site visit, make contact with Shannon, document the fact that the conditions of this haven't been met. The standard process is to then take that right through the same process. The evidence is presented to the planning commission in a public hearing. They develop a recommendation, whether that be to revoke the permit, which is what initially happened in the case of Highway 27 salvage on their previous conditional use on this property. They can allow a period of time to meet those conditions, or just allow it to continue as is if they feel like the conditions had been met. Also, the CUPs are enforceable through the county attorney's office to take it through that process, whatever direction John would choose to go with it.
So we don't completely lose our, enforcement if we can take legal action through the county attorney then, correct?
But it takes,
I get it, it's a process, I know, but we also have to.
And it's gonna be done as soon as the ground is thawed. That's,
Madam Chair, if I may, do we have a time frame on the screening? I mean, to me, we've got some time frames on perimeter fence shall be established no later than August 1st. The sufficient screening from all public roads got some height, but there really isn't a time frame. And either considering the fact that however many years ago, help me out, Commissioner Newman, that was part of the process then too, right? Screening, which didn't get done.
Yep.
Okay, so
Trees were gonna get planted.
when is the screening gonna get done?
So when
Obviously
you,
not tomorrow, because
sure.
we're not gonna plant tomorrow, but.
When you refer to screening, you mean something besides the 10-foot perimeter fence that's suggested here? So like vegetative screening?
True.
Is that what you're, okay. There's no conditions at the moment for vegetative screening at all.
Okay.
I believe the county board has the right that if they believe vegetative screening is needed to mitigate for any of these impacts, whether it be to neighbors, public roads, those sort of things, that opportunity exists there if you can establish that there is a need for those.
I think I am referring to the previous
All right, and
cup, which I understand is not, cannot be associated, so thank you, I'm good.
Okay. And my point would be, what it cost Shannon, what it cost Kerry, what it cost the taxpayers of Todd County, if this would have been done 10 years ago, okay? We've had the county attorney working on it, we've had you working on it, we've had the planning and zoning staff working on it. It just, if it would have got done. What is this, your fourth time here, third time here in the last 3 months?
well, yeah, the first one was to evacuate the first permit or whatever because I never finished it because of, like I said, my shop burnt and stuff, and I had to direct my funds and everything to other areas. But as far as the tree screening and stuff, it'd be pretty tough for me to do it. First of all, I'm 2,000 feet from this area. As far as pumping water from that, all I have is a sand point there. I'd almost have to buy a water truck or something and truck water over there every day. Plus the time, it would cost me 2-3 hours a day to do that. It's just not very feasible. And I guess if I knew more about the process back then, I would have explained that. I didn't. And it was my first time as far as doing something like that, I guess. And I guess that's my fault, but.
So I wish the county attorney was here.
I do too.
Because my question would be, if we denied this today, could Shannon still sell Highway 27 salvage? How would that work?
If this CUP is denied, I'm trying to understand your question fully. If this CUP is denied today, could he sell the business?
Yep. And would the new owner have to apply for a CUP?
Can I provide the disclaimer that I'm not an attorney? But I don't think that would disqualify him from selling his business at any point. He can sell it as vacant land. He could sell the property where the business is operating now. I don't know why the loss of a CUP would disqualify him from being able to sell the property.
This lot is not even being used. It's totally empty right now. And I don't have any plans on using it in the near future, but I guess I'm trying to get everything in order to get the fence up the way it was supposed to be and stuff like that.
I don't know. I guess one thing that I would really like to have visited with John about is if there is somehow that we can do, that we see some of these permits coming in from the state level, before they actually can start work, and we give the final approval because they can't start work until they get the permits anyway, correct?
Right.
So what do we need to do, have that taken care of?
I think it may require ordinance amendments to look in that, to require certain types of permits be obtained or at least applied for at the time of application. The other option is on an individual application basis, forming the conditions to require some sort of verification on the back end. You conditionally approve it based on a number of conditions, and maybe there's, for instance, a permit required by any state agency or somebody else, that we get that documentation before the project moves forward. In this case, there's not necessarily another permit from the county that we can withhold pending those things being given to us, because what Shannon is proposing right now doesn't involve any sort of structures or any sort of land use permits in addition to that. So we are saying you're not going to put any scrap material out there or operate in that manner until you can provide that documentation to us. If we don't receive it and we find that there's scrap out there, I believe that's immediately enforceable as violation of the conditions of the CUP.
No, I have tried to contact MPCA twice in the last couple of months, and I know they will not send me any type of information according to whether I need a permit for this empty lot or not. I know they contacted Adam. I don't know what the conversation was, but they would not send me anything. They would send him or discuss it with him. So I've been in contact with him a couple times already and have gotten nowhere. So, and I've asked him about the empty lot and whether I need a stormwater runoff permit or anything like that. And all I got was they're gonna contact him. So I don't, what did they say when they contacted you?
Sure, I can add into that, Madam Chair, if you'd like. I forget the gentleman's name that I spoke with, but junkyard operators are required to obtain industrial stormwater permitting from MPCA. They're required to apply for that permit 120 days prior to commencement of the activity. So there's some questions around whether that would be required on a vacant lot. I think having the CUP issued from the county may be enough for MPCA to say that's required now because you are authorized to do the activity. The other option is if it's a year from now that Shannon may put scrap material out there, he needs to apply for that industrial stormwater permit 120 days before, and before he actually, I believe 120 days before he actually commences the activity.
Madam Chair, I have a
Yes,
question here.
Commissioner.
So when we approve the CUP, if we approve the CUP, it's a junkyard. It doesn't matter if there's something sitting on it or not, correct?
True.
We're approving a CUP for it to be a scrapyard, salvage yard, junkyard. So that's what it is, whether there's one bolt out there or there's 50 cars out there.
Sure.
It is a separate lot, though.
I understand it's a separate lot, but you're applying for it to be
Right.
a junkyard.
Basically, so I can put the fence up.
In this, it states that your condition is, if you apply for it, we grant you the CUP, you have to get that MPCA industrial.
Exactly.
It's
Right.
one of the conditions, and that's the only way we can approve it, is that you actually do that.
Right. Well, I mean, if I do put anything on it, yes, I have to get the stormwater runoff permit.
No,
That's not what I'm saying, not
That's not
if.
what he's
It's
saying.
when we
If you
grant
don't,
you the CUP, you have to do the
No ifs,
stormwater
ands, and buts
permit.
about it.
That's one of the conditions of the CUP. It's not a condition of you operating it as that, it's permitted for that, so that's what it needs.
Well, if I can't get the CUP, then I won't ever get the stormwater runoff permit either, because it's not legally it's not gonna be part of the junkyard then, the salvage yard. And I do not do the auto parts anymore either. I do mostly scrap iron and stuff. I don't do the.
And I understand that, that's correct. I'm just saying, if we do grant you the CUP, that means you have to get the stormwater
Correct.
permit.
Correct.
That's all there is to it.
Correct.
If we say no, don't get the permit, obviously, yeah,
Spend the money.
why spend the money,
It's-
but.
Like I said before, it's been a salvage yard for 50 years. When I bought it eight or 10 years ago or whatever, I went in and cleaned it all up. I hauled 2 semi-loads of tires off of it and among other things, many other things.
Madam Chair?
So
Yes.
I don't do this to mess things up. I do it
Right.
You know, I try to do it the right way.
Shannon, you gotta understand, our ordinance is to promote public health, safety, and general welfare of our constituents or residents of Todd County.
I understand that.
We need to protect.
I understand that. I want to do that just as much as you do.
And the other question I have, if we deny this, what's gonna happen with the 50-foot setback from the private well? You know, is that fence gonna get moved? Is it gonna get moved back 4 feet from the southern property line if we deny it?
That's a question I'd have to reference John on to know what the fencing standards are and the requirements for moving them I've talked to him very briefly about that, but not enough to have a certain answer on that.
So maybe we should just table this until we get legal counsel advice.
Let me
I
look
do
at
believe
something here.
the ordinance
Hate
allows.
to do that. I hate to do it, but you know what?
Commissioner Newman, are you making that into a motion?
I think we're low on days, aren't we, on this?
Yeah, so if we can bring up a calendar here, 1 second.
We closer to 60 days?
We've already extended this by 60 days, so we're looking at our 120 days from the application, which is February 13th. We would have a planning commission meeting on February 1st. And we would have the next commissioners meeting on February 6th.
But it shouldn't have to go back to the planning commission. What we're
Right, you're
requesting
just-
is getting information from the county attorney to give the county board advice.
Sure, and so February 6th regular meeting would be within the 120 days. And we'll just have to be prepared to make a decision that day.
Okay,
Okay,
and I'll make that motion.
okay.
I've got a little more discussion on that. As for this also, can we put a date on the obtaining of the stormwater permitting as well? Rather than just putting that they shall obtain?
Yeah.
You know, put a date on it, then we got a hard no when the time comes.
I
If it
think
doesn't
as
get
we
done.
talk to our county attorney, those are the questions we have
Yeah.
to ask him.
Yeah, I don't think they will issue that until the CUP is.
I have a motion to
Is,
table
Granted, yes, I get that.
from Commissioner Newman. And do I need a second for a table?
don't think so.
I do not
We'll
believe
just
we
table
do
it
need
till
a table.
next meeting.
And we will table until February 2nd. And we'll try to get hold of, 6th, excuse me, February 6th. We'll get hold of our county attorney and have him answer some of these legal questions. Thank you.
All right, I'll make sure to get in touch with John and have it on the agenda for that meeting then.
Yeah, and
I never did get.
bring it to personnel too.
I never did get
Okay,
an
we can,
answer from you, Adam. What is the discussion
Well,
on
somewhere
the
where we can talk
or
to
the
Tom.
stormwater runoff on an empty lot? Do I need? If
That-
I
that
don't
is-
use it, because it's fenced off totally from my,
I think we should have this discussion outside of the meeting now that the board has
Yes.
tabled the item. So I'd be
All right.
happy to do that with you,
I'd like
Shannon,
to
though.
find out. because
Okay, certainly.
They wouldn't tell me anything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, I got you.
We ready?
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
All right. Next, Dairy Ridge LLC request for CUP. An application for a conditional use permit to expand an existing feedlot on parcel 1800400700 in Long Prairie Township from 2,373 animal units to 3,353 animal units was submitted on November 13th. The application also included the construction of 2 total confinement barns, expansion of an existing barn, construction of a new liquid manure storage basin, and expansion to the feed storage area. This application was reviewed by the Planning Commission during the December 7th and January 4th, 2024 public hearings. The final recommendation from the Planning Commission was to grant the CUP with the conditions below. Options are to grant the CUP with the conditions, deny the CUP, or remand it back to the Planning Commission for further consideration. The recommendation is to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, grant the CUP on parcel 1800400700 with the following conditions. 1, that the applicant must obtain NPDES permitting prior to issuance of land use permits. 2, the applicant must obtain Minnesota DNR waters withdrawal permitting and provide verification of permitting to Todd County. Air quality exemption notices shall be provided to Todd County prior to all future manure application events. 4, liquid manure storage structure shall have the capacity of no less than 12 months storage, and all manure storage shall be constructed prior to stocking of additional animal units. 5, in the event of the manure spill or other discharge, the applicant must notify the county and the Minnesota duty officer immediately upon discovery of said discharge. And 6, that the applicant must abide by all other applicable federal, state, and local standards.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
it, sorry.
we'll open this up for discussion too before I ask for a motion.
Yeah, good call.
Discussion, commissioners?
Sure, I'd like to, a
Okay,
couple of questions
Commissioner
here
Byers.
possibly. I know one of the recommendation or conditions is the DNR reporting, I think it's up there higher, right?
The DNR waters withdrawal permitting is what we're referencing, okay?
Number
Number 2?
So when is that taking place?
When is that taking place? To the best of my knowledge, Dairy Ridge has already applied for the permit. I don't know on timelines or timeframes to obtain the permit for that, though. In a case like this, in my conversations with Mark Anderson, the hydrologist, this is going to be an in-depth, comprehensive review of the conditions in that area.
So
That
based on
permit
the,
has been submitted.
Go ahead, Bob.
thank you, Madam. Based on that groundwater technical report that was provided back in May of this year, this new testing or whatever is gonna talk about permitting, with the testing, because I looked through this at great length the last couple of days, and obviously there's, with what I'm understanding is being asked for, there's a issue with B1 aquifer,
There's an issue with
quantity of water.
in that aquifer,
And yeah,
certainly.
so, you know, I'm trying to go through the quantity of water, discussion, and then we'll just leave it at that. We may go to quality of water at some point too, but, you know, as I read this, it's quite alarming really, because there's, you know, some of these findings that, there are no other aquifers, and that, it's unknown if, when we did the test, let me go through this for a second. They had a specific capacity test back on July 6th, quite some time ago, 2021 maybe or something like that. And it indicates that a relatively low yielding aquifer, and this is from the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. The well pump depth is unknown, water levels recovered to pre-pumping levels within 2 hours of the pump shutoff. But the issues that limit the utility of the specific capacity test data include the test was run during irrigation season, so other irrigation wells pumping may have impacted that, may or may not. So may is, the word may is a question mark, okay? Question mark. The water that was discharged next to well 3 during the test, it's unknown if the aquifer recovered quickly from the nearby discharged water, or if this aquifer can naturally recover this way. So the key word there, it's unknown, question mark. Aquifer storativity is unknown without monitoring another well in the source aquifer. Again, this is an unknown. When they did this, I'm curious, does anybody know the head count that was in there when we did this testing on this?
I'm sorry, I had counted.
I mean, the head count about that time? How
The
many
head-
cattle were in the actually around that time frame? Or if you can't now, can you get that for
Oh,
me?
yes, about 1660, 1660.
1660.
Now, do remember, if we get this expansion permit, we will save 18 million gallons of water from the aquifer because we are going to reuse it from our third stage of our manure pit. And the cows are going to drink, in theory, 7.1 million. So there's 11 million gallons of water saved by putting up this expansion. That's number one. Number two, we have filed for a permit, and we are likely to get it from the DNR. They're very favorable of pulling water from the airport aquifer, which is a very robust rock aquifer, 54 million gallons a year to use in the pivots. The pivots are what use the water. So that's a net 64 million gallons saved annually from this aquifer.
Will you continue to pull 30 million or so from this aquifer? Is that correct? Am I correct in that number? Was it, they're permitted for 81, 83 million, but in those years of 2021 and 2023, it was around 30
It was
million?
up in that range, I believe.
Will that continue to be the pull?
No, not typically, because not all years are that severe of a drought.
So it's unknown. You can, it's
I would-
unknown.
It's unknown, but it
don't
would
know what-
actually be a worst case.
Okay. Well, possibly. 2021 was, I'm sure people in 1989, when it was dry, said it was the worst case. Now, 2021 came around, it was even drier. 2023 close, but anyway. Okay.
But we do have a test well, and we are working with the DNR, and using that test well, we don't pull below a certain level.
And that's been,
Then the pivots go off.
and that's been an observation well for 2023, right? About a year.
Correct. Since we have begun our water-saving measures after 21, and remember last year was a very severe drought year, there's been no well failures at all. Our water mitigation efforts have been, in our opinion, quite successful. But once again, as I said at the planning and zoning, if there's an issue with this aquifer, then the pivots that are on that aquifer are going to get turned off. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I remember you saying that in the planning and zoning, you'll turn them off.
Okay. Other commissioners, Commissioner
Yes,
Newman?
yes, Madam Chair. When the resident spoke earlier this morning in open comment, the main thing that I kept hearing was manure management, manure management, manure management. My question, Adam, is you got in here as a condition, the structure should have capacity of no less than 12 months of storage. Okay. You gotta have acreage to apply this amount of manure. Does he have the acreage? Is there contracts with that acreage?
So that is what's going to be identified in that manure management plan that will then be submitted to the MPCA as part of their feedlot application for NPDES permitting. If they don't have the adequate acres based on the agronomic standards for whatever they're growing, they're going to have to obtain the land or have contracts or find some other way to handle that manure. If they can't, then MPCA is not going to issue that permit, which then goes back to, condition number one, that you need to get that permit and then provide us that permit back to the county before we're going to then issue the land use permits that Dairy would need to construct the buildings. That's the catch on the county's back, on the backside of this, that they can go get the permits, they can keep moving forward, but we're not going to allow them to continue the building process because we won't issue the land use permits unless the verification's been provided to the county.
So when was the last time the MPCA was out there? When was the last time they contacted you? When was the last time they did soil borings as far as the nutrients within the soil?
Within that manure management plan, soil testing is a requirement, and it's an ongoing requirement in the manure management plan. So I don't know the answers to
But we
when.
don't know that.
Right.
We have
Sure.
no idea. We're
Yep,
just-
and so that is a requirement of manure management planning, is that you do your soil testing on, I think it's once every 3 or 4 years standard. I would say a lot of people are doing that more frequently, recognizing the benefits of it. But there is requirements in the rule for manure management planning that soil tests be completed.
Yes, that was most recently done this fall.
Commissioner Noska?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may. Question right now, currently operating at, 2,373 animal units. He has a NPDES permit for that currently. Okay, and we had concerns about, the in our public comment, the frozen ground application, things like that, where does our ordinance and state statutes stand on frozen ground application? Because I know, yes, it gets thrown out there and it freezes on frozen ground. Doesn't infiltrate, none of the activities going on. You're not even you lose a lot of your nitrogen that way anyway.
Right.
But when that thaws and the ground's still frozen, it goes somewhere if the ground isn't flat.
Mm-hmm.
So where does it stand on that?
Local ordinance doesn't address that.
Okay.
Minnesota 7020 does. You can apply on frozen ground if you are not an NPDS site. You cannot unless it's identified in your winter management plan in emergency situations or it's pre-established where you're going to apply that on frozen soils. So again, it's an MPCA.
So that's just
component.
for MPCA, that's not for us as a
Well,
county to deal with?
It would be if they were permitted sites at the county, but with the feedlot program, we only permit sites that are less than 1,000 animal units. At that point, it kicks it into that state
So they haven't been-
jurisdiction.
I don't know if his manure management plan has that, and I'm not saying that he is applying, but we've had concerns brought to us that frozen ground. So at some point here, you know, the way I'm seeing things is MPCA has failed us at some point, and so has DNR in the past, because he has a permit right now for 81 million gallons when we know that it can't support 36 a year. So we've been failed by our state agencies at some point or another. So why are we supposed to be confident that they're gonna take care of it the next time? And that's really hard for me to say, go ahead, and they're not taking care of our population. It's very difficult for me to do that, especially with all the concerns that have been brought up, the well interferences of the past, high nitrates, not saying they came from Dairy Ridge or not, doesn't matter. It just seems like we've been failed at that state level, and it's really concerning to me to allow these things to go forward, not knowing if the DNR is gonna say, oh, 81 million's our number again. And then you can get your water from a different aquifer, that's fine, but technically you don't have to, because they gave you 81 million gallons again.
But we did this voluntarily, sir.
I understand, I
We
just feel-
recognized the problem, and we were very proactive. Regarding Lake Latimer, we purchased land on our own, we purchased land 7 years ago, 5 years ago that had been tilled. And we voluntarily cut the tile because it was gonna act as a buffer to Lake Latimer.
And I know you did. I was around during that project with the soil and water, and it was great that you did that.
But we did it voluntarily. We are trying to be great neighbors. We just purchased a farm next to Little Birch Lake, which is their biggest headache as far as pollution is concerned. My first phone call to them, the first phone call I made after that purchase agreement was to Little Birch Lake Association and say, we're ready now to work with you. We own it, we control it. We look forward to that. If this aquifer is in trouble, we turn off the pivots. It's that simple. There is hardly any winter manure spreading if this goes forward because we have 12 months of storage. The spreading that we're doing right now, 3 weeks ago, we were spreading and injecting down to 18 inches because the soil was that warm. It was thawed. We currently separate our solids. The liquid portion goes into the pivot. The dry portion stands in a pile. Some of that will get spread. So this will all be contained in this 12-month storage if we do this going forward. Plus you save a net 64 million gallons out of the aquifer, provided the aquifer has it. If it doesn't, we turn off pivot 1. It's that simple. We have a test well that we monitor. We work with the DNR. I've contacted Mike Anderson, and told him I look forward to working with you. Here's the data from the test well, even since the last meeting. We are trying so desperately here to be very proactive and the best neighbors that we can.
So, Madam Chair, so to address the water issue, I did bring up to you after the meeting the other night that Long Higgins is 5 feet over ordinary flood stage. And Representative Poston, God rest his soul, got 1.4 million from the state legislator as far as bonding. That bonding money is sitting down at the Sauk River watershed to assist lowering of Long Higgins. So there is an option, possible option there. I did talk to Representative Wiener on that, but you know, if you needed more water, that would be a situation. But then again, you're pumping it 9 miles from the airport to Long Higgins. And
Well, we
it's a
currently have
waste.
6 miles of underground pipeline now
Okay.
from the airport to the dairy. I told Representative Wiener when I spoke to him last week that perhaps going all the way to dairy, we don't need this. The aquifer that we have by the airport, as I said, is extremely robust. It is documented with two test wells out there by the DNR for many years. So, but I did tell Representative Wiener, maybe the best thing is just to pull the water from Long Higgins to our more distant pivots. And don't bring it up to the dairy. We don't need to bring it to the dairy. And it would be a cheaper expense. It would be much cheaper just to pull it up to 3 or 4 pivots that are 7 miles south of our dairy. Now, regarding spreading manure, we have MPCA permits. We go through the whole process. We have to come up with a manure management plan. But Dairy Ridge does control a lot of land. It's 3,000 plus acres. So we do have our own land to spread this manure on. The vast majority of it, the super vast majority of it, goes 6 miles south, away from the aquifer, away from the residents that are talking tonight, because it goes out there to the prairie. We own a lot of land by the airport.
Because it did concern me when I did get a video of you guys spreading last Friday. I think it was a week ago Friday, or was it 2 weeks?
Yeah, no,
Week ago.
last Friday.
Yeah, and that was up on the hill just north of, I believe, Vladimir. And that's concerning because, you know, it's frozen ground, you're spreading, even if it was, I think it was solid and probably come out of your dry cow barn. But still, it's very concerning because once it starts melting, you know, the old saying, how the old saying goes, crap flows downhill.
And I'm the ditch.
And it's
So-
gonna flow right into frickin', huh?
Flow right across the road into Lattimore.
It will.
However,
That's happened before.
Commissioner
that-
Newman,
that's
so with this proposal, we have 1 year complete storage. It'll all be spread in the spring or in the fall. Everything will be emptied. We have a 12-month storage. Will almost completely eliminate the need to spread in the winter.
Okay, and one more question, Madam Chair. The nitrates. Okay, we heard that the other night, very loud and clear, that the surrounding neighbors got a high concentration of nitrates within their water. Now, the only way probably to go back would be going into the well drilling records to find out what the nitrates were when that well was first put in, if they kept those records back then. I don't know if they did or not. That would give you an inkling if the high concentration would be coming from Dairy Ridge. So,
If you deal with water experts, these are very difficult questions. The nitrates that are in the water sometimes have been there for decades. So Dairy Ridge has no nitrates in its well water because we're a grade A milk supplier and we have to test. And we've been testing every year. So as was mentioned by one of the experts the other night that was here at the planning and zoning meeting, a lot of times nitrates concentrate at the top of the well. So if you have a shallow well, you're more likely to pick them up. As one of the planning and zoning members said, if you go out to the prairie, the nitrates that are out there were out there well before Dairy Ridge came out there with any cow manure. So I very respectfully,
Commissioner Denny?
Yeah, Adam, was that, there's a concern about the manure storage plan, excuse me, that it was in or near to the wellhead protection plan area? Is there a document on a map that it is in there, or is?
It is not within the wellhead protection area. It's right next door. It is not within it, though.
If I may.
Yes, Commissioner Byers.
What is the soil structure there?
Soil structures and soil type, texture.
Sure.
What?
What's the soil structure between the LMSA and the water management area just to the west of it?
I don't have that right offhand. What I do know is that obviously the pits are going to be engineered. They're required to have a 2-foot clay liner, I believe it is, certified by designed and certified by an engineer. Or if they don't have the adequate soils there to get the clay liner built, they go to some other sort of synthetic or alternate liner that still is designed by an engineer and certified by that engineer.
So it's a 2-foot clay earthen clad LMSA.
Right. Or if they don't have the correct soils, if they can't establish or find the right clay content or bring it in, there are
They go,
other
if they don't
options.
find the right clay, the right soil content, then they'll bring in the clay.
Or look to some alternate measure like a synthetic
Mirrors or
liner
whatever
or
the case may be.
concrete or, yeah.
It has to be engineer compliant, so we don't have any really discretion over that.
I mean, is it true a liquid manure storage area is meant to not eliminate, but restrict as much as possible seepage?
It should have virtually zero. The intention is to store it. So what goes in there, there will be some evaporation because it's a liquid. But if the pit is constructed correctly, there will be zero. And these pits are also required to have perimeter tile around the edge of them so that there's a checkpoint. If manure is seeping through the liner of that pit, they have an opportunity to catch that. That's part of the engineered design.
So, Madam Chair, I got a question. Who checks the tiles that he supposedly cut?
When they do inspections, the MPCA does that on these sites. When it's
So
county
our-
site, yeah, we check the.
Our staff doesn't go out there and verify it?
We could, I mean, we could. I'm sure Dairy Ridge would invite us to do that. We haven't done that, except when we're doing our regular site inspections. If they have, a lot of those old pits maybe don't have them. Newer ones will, but on the sites we inspect, that would be part of that compliance check. And MPCA
We would welcome
perform
that.
those.
If I may, so, yeah, we have the staff to actually go out and, as someone said, count tails and heads and on a, so what, quarterly or monthly, yearly, whatever basis to make sure, again, from an enforcement standpoint, that our permittee is following what's been put in the.
Okay, the question is, do we have the staff to go out and
Yes.
verify numbers?
Yeah. Like today, if today we went out, someone, other one from our staff went out there, would we be able to staff it to make sure that that the Dairy Ridge operation is at their number today? Forward.
Could we do that? Sure. Do we have the staff capacity to do that? Because if we're going to do that at Dairy Ridge, we should do that at every site across the county. Do we have the staff capacity to do that? Certainly not.
Thank you.
That's a lot of feedlot sites throughout the county.
Oh, excuse me, and Commissioner Byers, I apologize. We are permitted for 1666. We currently have about 1,300 animals on that site. I beg your pardon. I misunderstood your question.
Hey, thanks for clarifying. What's the big picture? What is, here we are today, what's it look like out there in 3 years or 5 years? What do you foresee? I mean, you're the CEO, owner. What is it? What do you see?
Well, we're owned by family, so very much want to
I
keep
mean, I'm
this.
sure you have a business plan.
Yes. Mhm. With this number of animals here, it would be my hope to approach a renewable gas digester company to come in who would because land that we acquired that's adjoining our land has a natural gas pipeline going through it, and we will capture all the methane from these cows and put it into that pipeline and eliminate all odor from the dairy. And no more cows, no more anything. So it's just another source. But that's it.
Does that allow, so a digester, is that what I heard?
Renewable gas digester would be my next goal.
Great. And once that's in place, would your herd count stay the same, go up, go down, What are you thinking?
I have no plans to expand it at that point. And with all the obstacles we've had now, I'd probably, if I were to do it, I'd probably do it on a different site.
Thank you for your answer.
I really, honest to goodness, I thought we had a ton of social capital here, because I really thought we were trying to do everything as well and as emulatable as we could. I've got second generation watching how we do this. It's important to me that they understand you do it all above board and do it the right way.
Commissioners?
Yeah, I got one, Madam Chair, if I may. So you've already, bringing off the MPCA side, the DNR, you've submitted an application for your water withdrawal permitting. Did they give you any expected date when you'd receive that?
No, but if you remember, but they're working on it. They've acknowledged that they received it, but the conditions here are, this recommendation has the condition that they have to be approved.
I understand that. I'd like to see the number they approved before pushing this forward, to be honest with you.
I respectfully don't understand your question when you say that they have failed us. MPCA has failed you.
DNR, I feel,
DNR has failed you.
Has failed you and us because they permitted you for more water than that aquifer could supply.
Nobody knew that at the time, Mr. Noska.
Do we have that foresight right now that we don't know something now that we're going to know 20 years from now?
But we have a problem that we're remedying by bringing water from the most robust aquifer we can find 5 miles away to the dairy, and we're saving this aquifer 64 million gallons. If we don't do anything today, that much more water is going to come out of the aquifer. If you want the aquifer to get better, we do this expansion. We save the net 10 million that we get to reapply from the third stage lagoon, and we bring the water up from the airport.
I'd like to know where your guarantee is for us that this is going to happen. Where's our guarantee?
That I'm going to use less water?
Alternative water. Where's the guarantee?
Well, it's pending that permit, sir.
Because Commissioner Noska, we are relying on the DNR and the MPCA.
I get it.
Because they're not elected officials, okay? We're the elected officials that have to report to our constituents, okay? And our constituents are the ones coming right back to us right now and saying, hey, enough's enough, okay? You might be maxed out on your land use right now. I'm not saying that. Staff or somebody's got to figure that out, okay? But it's our decision to protect, again, the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. And if we're not going to do that, we rely on the DNR. The DNR has always told me there's only 2,700 wolves in northern Minnesota. Yeah, right. That's why there's no deer, okay? But you're relying on the DNR. You're relying on the MPCA. When a constituent will call the MPCA, it's on a Friday. You think they're going to jump in their car from Baxter and drive down here to Todd County? Hell no. So that's where we're at. We have to have the control here. It's local government right here.
Well,
It's our responsibility.
You do have a feedlot officer, Rhonda Atkins and Courtney Frank from the Brainerd and Northern office of the MPCA come to our dairy frequently. So
I don't know that. You can tell me that, Dave. I understand that. But I don't know that. I don't see it in writing. I don't know that, okay? And I'm trying to make the decision on the best stuff I can, and what I'm hearing from the residents is no more.
Madam Chair, if I may, if there is no more, we should address Mr. Tom She's a question there though, or more of a statement. Gonna keep pulling the same amount of water, the same aquifer. I mean, if we say no to this, well then we're not addressing anything at all. Wells keep dropping. If you're not gonna bring any more water without the expansion, their problems are gonna get worse. Right, so we need to find a solution to bring more water in, which we've been provided. I agree, I would like to see something a lot more concrete of a plan or idea to bring the water in. I'm not saying your word is no good, I'm not implying that at all. I'm just saying, before this moves in, you guys wanna see more, if the dairy's gonna stay regardless. If it expands, we need to bring more water in. If it doesn't expand,
You still need more water.
he still needs more water, but he's not saying if he's gonna leave it alone, he's not bringing more water in. That's not what this is for. This is for to bring water in with the expansion. We need to find a way to get more water in, whether it's Long Lake Higgins, from the airport. But if this says no, there's nothing saying that he needs to bring the water in from the airport. He can remain operating as is, if I understand correctly.
You know, that's really interesting. Years ago, we irrigated, and when the water level got down during a drought, they cut us off, point blank. They didn't care who you were or where you were irrigating from. So at what point should the irrigators, if we don't get more water to this dairy or, you know, whatever, at what point should the irrigators be cut off? I mean, how soon are we looking at? Are we looking at sooner than later? And how many, I know it's terrible to get cut off from irrigating because your crops have been used to getting that water. So yeah, it's a water problem that we're having, no question about it. It's not an expansion problem, it's a water problem.
Madam Chair, yeah,
Yes.
if I may. I believe his current water operating permit is actually under review right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that might take care of itself in some way, shape, or form as well. Whether you say that he's gonna keep drawing the same amount of water as he is, it may not be permitted for that.
Okay.
Maybe they will do their job. You know, so I would like to see what the current one comes out at and what the new one would be. And that's one thing I wanna see before I push it forward, but that's.
Guess at this point is, what do you want to do? We can table, we can, whatever.
I want more
listing.
information on that from the DNR. I'd
Grant the
like a lot more
CUP, deny
information from
the
the DNR
CUP.
before I make a decision.
But excuse me, Mr. Noska, the DNR conditions are listed here, and we abide by them. It seems a little perplexing to me why we had experts here. We had the man from the DNR, we had a hydrologist here, which I think most of all of you were here and heard that meeting. They were all, when we all left, they're all quite confident this all can be resolved. There's a test well on this aquifer now. I mean, I'll share it with anybody. I'll share it with you. I'll turn off the pivot when it reaches a level that somebody here arbitrarily says is the wrong number. I'll do that, because it's the irrigator, not the cows, that potentially causes this problem, but I'll do that.
I guess my question was to the commissioners, where do you want to go with this at this point? We want to get more information from John, how we can handle this. We want to wait for some of these applications to come in the DNR.
If I
Yes,
may want to point into
Commissioner
discussion,
Byers.
I don't know if we've even identified well, maybe we have, and at least the ones that are, at least the wells that are in the Minnesota Well Index. Do we have any clue, like, how many wells could potentially be affected? I understand you'll turn the irrigators off, I understand there's another aquifer, pull from all this stuff. I mean, you know,
How many wells are using this same current aquifer that maybe we aren't even aware of?
Yeah.
Right. Beyond the 4 or 5 well interferences, are there others that could be
assuming these
impacted?
are low, you know, Sandpoints or something, maybe?
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know the total number of wells out there in totality of this aquifer.
Mike
And
Anderson does know.
The well index isn't going to be a reliable source. That's a fairly new documentation system. There's tons of wells that were drilled prior to that database being created.
Mr. Anderson does know that.
Commissioners, where would you like to see this move forward?
I'd move and table it.
Okay, Commissioner Byers asked to table it, and we have to have a date for it to come back to the commission.
Madam Chair, can I, just touching base on where we're at, this deadline is 120 days would be March 12th. So we have a planning commission hearing on February 1st, and we have if we go to the planning commission, we'd have the one February commissioners meeting and then the first one of March available for discussion at the board level here. If this needs to go back to the planning commission to review and hear some of those things, unless there's are just small nuance things that you would like legal counsel on, then we can just bring it back to the next meeting.
What's your desire in tabling? Go back to the planning or go back to get legal?
Commissioner Becker,
Yes.
I think I would actually like to see a work session after our next meeting, where
Okay.
we can discuss this a little bit more outside of making a decision, because I don't feel like we should set that date. We got a little time here. I know your time maybe isn't of the essence for you, but we're trying to do the best thing we can for our landowners here. So I think I'd like a little more discussion between the board.
Okay, so
Does
it
the
will be
board
tabled.
realize if we do nothing, the aquifer gets worse?
Okay. Adam,
I would want to double check first off on the work session option, knowing that like we're in the middle of the decision phase, if we can go to a work session or if the discussion has to be on the regular agenda, but I think either way would be an option for discussion, right? Whether it's at a work session or we can just make a discussion topic on the regular agenda,
have a
correct?
consultant with John
Yep, okay.
as a board.
Sure.
And I don't know if is that a
A
regular
work session
meeting,
is just a
closed
work session for discussion. No action will be taken.
No
So
action will
just
be
getting
taken.
information and having a discussion as a board, you can do that as a work session. And then the following meeting where you would take action.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So if this is denied or tabled or denied, everybody here understands the aquifer gets worse. And the goal here is to save the aquifer.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I understand that, but as the ground is frozen, there's snow on the ground right now, you're not gonna help that aquifer any different than you have been right now until March. So we are not changing that aquifer right now. It's gonna continue the same use until you actually can break ground and do something, correct?
Oh, no, there's lots of bidding that goes on and other, no.
We're not denying it right now. We're not denying anything. We're looking for more information. We wanna talk with our legal counsel. We want to get our ducks in a row.
All right.
Okay, so we'll be right now tabled to the work session on February 6th.
6th.
Okay? Thank you,
All right,
Adam.
thank you.
Is that part of a commission formal meeting or just a work session? I don't understand. So,
A work session happens after every board meeting. So the Commissioners' Board meeting held on February 6th, there will be a work session immediately following that regular board meeting for the commissioners to have discussion.
Discussion with no
Discussion only.
decision being made.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. All right, thank you.
Health and Human Services?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Good morning,
My
Jen.
agenda items are not as exciting, so I'll make that clear. All right, the first of 3 board action forms that we have in front of you today.
Jackie, you want to just wait a
Just
second?
wait,
Sure.
see if they're leaving or what's happening.
Was it kind of threatening there? Was it kind of a threat there at the end?
Thank you.
I don't think so either. That was like the worst thing to say.
Okay, thank you, Jackie, for
All right,
waiting.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
First item, our board action form is a correction of the board action 2024-0102-05. This is again to just correct some numbers. Background, board action 2024-0102-05 approved to hire a social worker, Krista Wozniak, effective January 3rd, 2024. The board action stated a pay grade of 10, step 2 at $28.91 an hour, according to the 2024 pay grid. And according to the 2024 pay grid, there needs to be a correction with the grade 10, step 2 at $28.20 an hour, according to the 2023 pay grid. Your options are to approve the correction to the board action 2024-0102-05 with the pay grid, grade 10, step 2, $28.20 an hour, or to not approve. It's our recommendation to correct the board action form 2024-0102-05 with the pay grade of step 2 and $28.20 an hour.
Thank you. Is there a motion for the correction of board action 2024-0102-05? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Nazca. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Byers. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Thank you. Next board action form is opioid settlement funding proposal, drug trends training. Some background, the Todd County Opioid Settlement Advisory Council met on December 20th, 2023 and reviewed the attached funding request and approved for funding. The request would allow Health and Human Services staff and community substance use providers to attend a National Criminal Justice Training Center's virtual training on current drug trends, March 11th through 14th, 2024. This proposal would fund up to 45 staff and community substance use providers. Your options are to approve the opioid settlement funding request to provide drug trends training or to not approve. It's our recommendation that you approve the training request.
Okay, is there a motion for the approval of the training? Jackie, where's that training located?
It is virtual, but where is it held? On the other end of the virtual world?
Okay, it would be a virtual
It is
training
virtual.
that we're
Yes.
approving. We're not
Yes.
approving for travel or any so forth. Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Denny. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
That one felt a little bit like a tongue twister, so thank you for letting me get through that. Opioid training settlement funding request proposal, second board action, third board action form for the Better Days treatment. Some background. The Todd County Opioid Settlement Advisory Council met on December 20th, 2023 and reviewed the attached funding request and approved for funding. This request would provide Better Days Treatment Center with funds to assist clients who are experiencing barriers to attending treatment, including housing, transportation, childcare, peer support, and payment for services. Your options are to approve the opioid settlement funding request to Better Days Treatment Center, or to not approve. It's our recommendation that you go ahead and approve the opioid funding request.
Okay, and this is all out of the opioid funds that are budgeted?
Correct.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the Better Day Treatment Fund?
So moved.
Motion by Byers, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Thank you. Administration, Nellie? She's hiding.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The agenda topic I have for you guys this morning is coordinator candidates and final interviews. Background on this board action form is the county coordinator job has been posted and remains open until filled. Initial interviews were conducted by video and each commissioner has reviewed those videos. The next step in the hiring process is to select candidates for final interviews by the board. The board has all the candidates' information, but the information is not publicly available as candidates' identities are protected until named as finalists. The board will discuss candidates using a numbering system instead of names and other identifiers in conformity with Minnesota law. Options are: 1, approve final interviews to be conducted with candidates numbered, whichever candidates you choose on whatever date you select. Option 2 is do not approve final interviews. And at this time, I have no recommendation, as it is up to you guys to decide.
Okay. I didn't get my information, I've got it here. How many candidates, or what candidates' numbers would you like to do a second interview with, or?
So I did provide you guys with a ranking sheet.
Yeah,
With
and
all,
did anybody get theirs ranked? And we have to go by numbers. Okay,
and on the ranking sheet, number 1 would be your top choice.
I got it, I'm looking.
So you're asking, how many
Yes.
do we want to have for the final round of interviews?
So
How many do we want to interview for the next round?
if
That's
you
correct.
want, we can go through how you ranked each.
Which numbers? Yeah, do you guys have yours ranked? I'm looking through mine quick.
I do not.
Do we want to dwindle this down to 2, or what
That's-
do we want to do? Is that
I
what-
would
is that
like
what you're
to,
thinking?
I would like to
Well,
see
3.
3.
You'd like to see 3?
I was
Okay.
thinking 2 myself, to be honest with you, but.
Okay, I would like to see 3 and then maybe go down to 2 for the final one.
All right. Okay.
Unless we've all got
If
the
we'd like to
same
see 3,
numbers.
I guess.
1, 2, 6.
What did you say? I've got 2 on there.
Madam Chair, 1, 2, 6.
I mean, I'm not gonna tell you what I voted, but it seemed to me that 2 were pretty standout versus 3 or 4 or 5 of them, but. Do we need to do 3 rounds of interviews?
That
Well,
is
we
the board's
can-
decision.
Yeah. Which numbers did you have, Randy?
I believe 1, 2, 6.
1, 2, and 6. I think I had the same ones. I did. My top 3. 1, 2, and 6.
I had 1, 4, and 6.
You have 1,
Yeah, but that I would keep top
4,
3.
and 6.
Yep.
And you have 4.
My top candidates is
Oh, your top candidate is 1, 3, and 2.
1, 2, and 3 are my top candidates.
Are you writing this down, Nellie?
There is no candidate 3.
I'm sorry.
Oh, here.
6, 2, 4.
6, 2, and 4.
Mr. Denny?
6, 4, and 1.
6, 4, and 1, okay. Commissioner Becker?
I've got 1, 2, No. I got everybody but 4.
Okay, so I'll repeat what I have so you guys can confirm. Commissioner Becker votes 1, 2, and 6. Commissioner Denny, 1, 4, and 6. Commissioner Byers, 2, 4, and 6. Commissioner Nasca, 1, 4, and 6. And Commissioner Newman, 1, 2, and 6.
You're correct with mine.
Mine too.
So then we have candidate 1 with 4 votes, candidate 2 with 3, candidate 4 with 3, and candidate 6 with 5.
How many did candidate 2 have?
3.
And how many did candidate 4 have?
3.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? So I guess we have to interview.
So it'd be top 2 or all?
Yeah.
I think we should go all.
Go all?
Do them all again.
Well, I think
Let's
so,
go do-
because
be
it's a
doing
lot
them all.
different if it's in person
Yes.
or if you're doing it on video.
Yeah.
It's an important position. We
It
need to
is.
take every consideration, I
Yeah.
guess.
Okay. Timing wise, when can we get them in?
If you guys choose a date, I can call them and let them know.
Call a special board meeting.
Yeah, because we can always do a special board meeting if we need to. My only thing is I'll be gone for a week. The 20th through the 27th. So the following week or, because we got actually that longer week in between the board meeting, because the board doesn't meet until the 6th. I got it written down now.
So if you guys want to decide on a date, I can call them. I feel like
What's a good day for you guys to meet? What's there?
most candidates, if they're truly interested in the position, they will make time to
Okay.
interview.
I'd like to see it on the later half of the week, I guess, or midweek. But
Are we talking the week of the 29th now?
Yes. I have a meeting listed here on the 30th. What's that? No. Because usually that's what time?
Whatever, any of those days, I'm good.
what were the dates, options?
29th through the
30th.
through the February 1st, 2nd.
Yeah.
I leave on the 31st the evening till I'll be gone till the 5th.
So Monday, the
Those days won't be for
29th?
me.
Yeah.
Those evenings
You
are
said
better.
Mondays are bad for
Well,
day
yeah,
meetings.
I can make something work. I can make something work on a Monday if it's in the afternoon.
Or
If
Tuesday.
it's a Monday afternoon, I can make it work. Tuesdays are tough.
Tuesday, we have our county extension meeting at 6 o'clock at night.
Yep.
So try for Tuesday? Monday, Tuesday?
I think she's looking for you to pick a date.
Yeah.
29th, 31st.
Do we all need to be present?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm at 29.
Commissioner Nasca, that would be it's an open public meeting of the
Meeting.
board.
We'd have to, put a date down and then
Post.
So we gotta make sure that we get enough time to be able to post it, to be able to move forward with it. And how long do you usually estimate for interviews?
I would probably say with this one, you'd want to give at least a 45-minute time slot.
So we would wanna start in the morning then?
That is up to you guys on
Yeah.
what time. What time of the day you,
6, well, I'm just gonna have to figure it out, it sounds like. I don't really get a choice on this one.
Yeah. So I need a motion to put this forward
For the 29th?
for the 29th or the 30th, either one.
You'd rather the 29th?
I'd take the 29th, I'd rather have.
So let's move to
Okay, 29.
schedule interviews on the 29th.
Okay, starting at
Dark 30.
9:30, you said?
Sure.
Dark 30.
Dark 30. You got kids, you gotta get.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah,
9?
9:30 is fine.
9:30.
9:30? Okay. Interviewing 4 candidates? Okay.
Yep, 4.
Anything else you need from us?
We'll need a second on that. He made the motion.
Oh, that's right. Motion by Byers. There's a second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Second by Denny. Discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Thank you. Then we will go into standing reports. Auditor Treasurer.
Today I have reporting, township officers filings closed today at 5. If anybody wants to run for any township office positions, they would need to see the township clerk before 5 PM today to file for an office. And then with our presidential nomination primary opening up, Friday is the first day you can actually absentee vote for that election in March. That's all I have to report for today. Thank you.
Okay. County Coordinator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just since the last board meeting, there's been a number of internal meetings that have taken place, some external meetings, working on class and comp study, working on rock wall, had facilities committee meeting, personnel, lots of different things externally, had a broadband coalition meeting, and business as usual. But I do want to just share, this is my last board meeting that I will be attending as your county coordinator, and I want to thank you for allowing me to serve in this capacity. It has been an honor to serve the county.
Thank you, Chris. Commissioners' reports. Denny?
Yeah, I got a simple one. Nothing to report that's out of the ordinary, except for tonight should be a good one down in St. Cloud with the great regional library one again, which you guys have read on that, so. Other than that, nothing major.
Okay, Commissioner Newman?
Yes, Madam Chair. Happy to announce solid waste went out for bid on January 12th. So we'll find out what the numbers are gonna be on a new solid waste facility, so excited about that. Attended the water and soil meeting, Rainbow Rider, personnel, department head meeting, and tonight I will end up at the Sauk River Watershed meeting down there. And I just want to tell Chris Pelzer, thank you so much. You are a very dedicated, loyal county employee, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
Commissioner Byers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, we all attended the Plan and Zoning meeting a week or so ago. I also got a great orientation from HHS, 2 hours of some of the best bedtime I've ever had. They are super organized, very informational, so thank you for that, Jackie and your team. Had a wellness committee meeting, which we attended, Todd County Development Corporation. Obviously, there's some change going there with Rick leaving, and hopefully a new candidate soon to be named. And then lastly, was at facilities, and that was a great discussion with Lauren and Mitch and the team about the grant money we received and the restoration of our historic Todd County Courthouse. And it's gonna be a busy season for those guys, so thank you.
Commissioner Laska?
Yeah, a couple things since last meeting that I feel like I need to, we've got the winter demo derby coming up Saturday. It's gonna be cold, but hopefully there's a good turnout. The Ag Society Fair Board has been working pretty hard on getting things in order for that. And now I guess the law library is ready for use again, so that's good. Otherwise, I would also like to extend a thank you to Coordinator Pelzer, because it's been great for me as a new commissioner to have someone with that experience and that organized and to help me through this whole process. It's been great. I couldn't have imagined it going any better. So thank you.
Thank you. My report, we had a county coordinator meeting to, planning and zoning, interviews for corrections up in Staples last week, department head meeting, facilities, soil and water, Rainbow Rider. I would also like to thank Chris and also put a little, that we will be having a special coffee, cake maybe, as a go-away for Chris on Friday, February 2nd?
Yes.
Yes? I'm looking at my dates here. When is it?
I think it's the first
Yeah, 2 to 4.
Thursday.
Well, I can start it up again.
When is it? February 1st from 2 to 4. I invite everybody to come up, and thank you. With that, I'll need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Byers, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And our next meeting will be February 6th. Thank you. And we'll take a 5-minute break before we start work session.
I'm lucky, I don't need it yet.
Okay, we will go ahead and start the work session. And we'll start with Lisa.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Today I'm here to discuss website hosting and design. For those of you who are here, you might have remembered back in 2017, we went through a whole rebranding, whole new website design. At the time, we opted to go for a on-premise solution, which was open source. So we were able to kind of just change and do whatever we wanted to the website on our own. Which is great. Our site still works great. It just, some of the modules now that we have are out of date and unsecure. And with the open source software, it took a lot of staff time to program and get stuff how we wanted. And now that those are out of date, we'll have to purchase them and then have more staff time reprogramming all that stuff that we had currently had programmed. So in 2023, I started looking at 3 different vendors for hosting our website. Excuse me. I did supply that. So just a very brief of what the cost will be. On a hosting solution, they host everything. So on the back end, with all the ADA compliance that's coming out, they will take care of that. We're still responsible for any content that we upload that's ADA, but they're responsible for all the security patches, all the updating, all the backups, that kind of stuff that takes time off of MIS staff. So these are the 3 vendors that I had kind of looked at, and you're gonna kind of see they're kind of little all over the board. Some had a 5-year payment, some had a 4, one had just a yearly renewal. I came to board a couple weeks ago and carried over some funding from a project that didn't get done last year. So that will fund this first year if we decide to go hosting with the website. During finance, I also, depending on which vendor we would go with, I did budget some for maintenance, so that would offset a little bit for the next 4 to 5 years as well. But it would be something I'd have to look at for the next couple of years, adjusting my budget to amend for that, and possibly looking at other sources to help with that budgeting, since it is a county-wide website. All the sites had an option where I can pay 1 year full balance. I didn't think that was very feasible, since it was almost, I didn't even look at it because it was an astronomical number. So having that payment plan, I think, would help as far as the budgeting process and trying to find those funds for each year.
As far as the sites, Lisa, is there any that you see as a preference, or any that offer more or easier to work with, or?
I do. I'd rather not say that in the work session, though, until it's approved.
Yeah.
Only because I still have to get proposals, the updated proposals from all 3.
Okay.
So that's,
Okay.
but I do have one in mind, yes.
Okay. Questions? And then you will bringing this to board
If you guys approve, yes, I'll bring it to the next board on February 6th.
on February 6th?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I just got a question. So is this complete redesign of our website?
It will, they can do still our branding stuff, our colors, all that kind of stuff. So if this gets approved, I would like to sort of have a group together to make sure we're getting everything as far as the design and the content, how we want it. And we can have it look, it's not gonna be identical, but they can probably do it pretty similar to what our current site looks like.
Yeah, because some of that stuff on there is like 10 years old.
Correct. Yep.
And it's not getting updated, not utilizing, so.
Yep.
I think this would be a good thing if we can get in there and get it updated and make it user-friendly.
Yep, and that's why I'd like a group, because I don't want to be the deciding factor of the whole website. So having other input on that is going to be very helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I got, man.
So you can Go ahead, Chris.
Madam Chair, it might be helpful, the Revise and the Civic Plus, both of those are sites that are currently being used by other counties. Not quite sure about the Catalyst, but those other two, they are used by other counties, and it might be helpful, maybe Lisa, if she sent out maybe a couple of examples, just so you could see what other counties have done.
Yep, I know AMC uses Revise, the AMC site.
Okay.
Yep. But yes, I can send those, a couple examples out for you guys.
And you said about setting up a committee after approval?
After approval, yep, just to get, maybe one person from each kind of department, because everybody's gonna have their own site and how they want to do it. I'm not quite sure yet on how I want to do that, but.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions? Then we will see you at the board meeting on the 6th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Okay, Nancy with ditch.
Ditches.
All right, just wanted to give the board an overview of some estimates that I've gotten on these two ditch systems. So for ditch 40, if you will recall, we had the informational meeting was held on October 3rd, 2023 for this meeting, or for this lateral number 2. It's in section 14 of Bruce Township, a half mile north of State 27 and west of 335th Avenue.
Okay.
There's approximately 2,662 feet long, with 2,091 feet of it being a shallow ditch, and then 571 feet being a very deep, steep ditch. For that meeting that we had, the info meeting, I did not have an estimate at that time. So I got an estimate after the meeting from Machi Construction. With the deep ditch section, they would need to rent an excavator with a long reach on it and a mulching head to do, so both of those pieces of equipment need to be rented. So their total came in at $20,320 for the ditch to clean the deep section, to mulch, to mulch and chip all of the trees. They would take care of all the trees on it. So that came to $763 per foot for their estimate. So after that estimate, I was directed to get another estimate, so I went with NBC Drainage, and actually the landowner contacted me and said that he wanted them to bid on it, so I had them bid on it. So theirs was kind of a little more complicated estimate because they did different options, and I sent them a message on the 30th of December asking some questions, and they did not get back to me until yesterday, so I was not able to have it on this list. So they do have a machine that will do the deeper section, but they did different footage for it. So for the 2,091 feet, the regular ditch cleaning, leveling, seeding, they did at $450 a foot for $9,409.50. The really deep ditch area, they did that at $8 per foot for $45.68. We generally don't seed our spoil banks, so I asked him, one of the questions I had was how much would be taken off if we did not do seeding? And they would remove $3,200 from that cost of so the $13,977.50 would be the total of the two excavations. So if we took off that $3,200 for seeding, that would be $10,777.50. And then they had different options for trees. For the tree removal, to cut, burn, and bury the trees would have been $12,500. And I asked them for option 1, what they were gonna do with the brush, and they're just gonna cut the brush. They were not planning on chipping the brush like we've normally done. It would just be cut, and then I'm assuming buried in the spoil pile. So for option number 2, that would be to remove all trees and brush and haul them off-site. So that would have been the $14,600. So for option number 2, the two of them together would be the $28,577.50, which is $10.74 per foot. But if you take off the $3,200 for the seeding, option 1 comes to $23,277.50, which is $8.74 per foot. And option 2 with no seed is $25,377.50 or $9.53 per foot. So they're both estimates are much higher than we normally pay. We've generally done $350 a foot. So these are much higher than what we normally pay for cleaning. the ditch systems. There was one more contractor that Commissioner Noska brought up that I'll contact that one also and see what they would charge. So I don't know, bring it to another work session, I would assume, when I get an estimate from them.
Yeah.
So, because that's a lot higher than we generally pay for cleaning.
Where are these construction companies from, Nancy?
So Machi Construction is actually right from Swanville.
Okay,
MBC Drainage is from Sauk Center.
okay. Any other
So
questions?
Nancy, what, are you talking about Dwayne as the one I recommended to you, or which one are you talking about?
Yes, yep.
There's also another one that Morrison County has been using for their county ditches. It's Dullinger Excavating, and it's Ryan. I've got a phone number for that as well if you want to try him.
Sure.
Because I mean, that's outrageous. That's a lot of money to clean a ditch.
Right.
So the phone number is 320-630-8788.
And that's Dullinger?
Yeah, Dullinger Excavating. But I don't know if he's got the equipment to do it either.
Right,
Just
because the Machi Construction bid was $13,000 just to rent the equipment.
Right. God, that's, yeah. Hopefully we can get something under, a little more manageable.
Okay.
Okay, and then I will move on to ditch 42. So for ditch 42, when we had the informational meeting on ditch 42, I had gotten an estimate from MBC Drainage. And, well, you know what, I should start from the first page here, sorry. So that's everybody else was at ditch 42's meeting except for Commissioner Byers. So the tile line between Center Lake and Felix Lake is failing on this ditch. The original design was from 1918 was 2,000 feet of 24-inch tile. 1966, Dwayne Lorsong, the engineer from Public Works, did a documentation saying it was 1,880 feet in length. And then the GIS as-built layer is saying it's 2,139 feet in length. So we're gonna have to determine what the length really is on this tile line. So that control structure that's on Center Lake that will need to be repaired, back in 1987, 200 feet of tile line was replaced on that. So if that tile line is still in good condition, we can likely take that off of the total of feet that need to be replaced, because it was a high-density poly line, so hopefully that's still good. And then there's 20 feet of culvert, that's the outlet structure. If that can be repaired, then that can also be taken off the length. And then there's another structure at the outlet of Felix Lake. It goes into the wetland buffer there. We repaired that section in 2012. At that time, 3 of the 2-foot sections of the cement tile and 1 20-foot section of metal culvert had collapsed and fallen off of there. So we replaced that with 1 20-foot culvert. So that also decreases the length. So could decrease by the 200 feet for the new tile that was done in 87, and then approximately 40 feet of culverts and outlets of the outlet and inlet structure. So this is the only tile line we have on Todd County ditches, and I really don't deal with tile, so I'm getting an education on tile. Originally, I thought that we were gonna wanna dig up and bury the old tile, or dig up, crush, and bury the old tile. In talking to other counties, I've talked to Blue Earth County's ditch inspector, they do a ton of tile down there. He said that it's actually considered hazardous waste if you remove it from the ground. So they always just leave it, they don't even crush it, they just disconnect from each end of it and they just leave it, they don't even dig it up. So we'll do that, then we won't have to dig it up. And you also gonna be in virgin soil, so we're gonna have to move away from the original tile line. 25 to 30 feet away is what he recommended. And then you match the old tile line, you match the grade of the old tile line, so you do not have to do this as an improvement because you're not replacing it in the exact spot, it just has to meet the grade. So we would have to determine the grade of the old tile line. And then the soil types in this area, they're 341B Arvilla sandy loam and 375 Ferreta sandy loam. Because of these sand soils, we may not need to bring in sand to pack around the tile. They may be able to use the virgin soil that's on site. So that will also decrease cost a little bit. So the estimate from NBC Drainage, I got the estimate from them before that informational meeting. All I asked of them was to give me the estimate for the total length of the tile that I was aware of at the time. I didn't ask them for what may be the total amount. And I told them that I would get a more accurate estimate from them once we had the informational meeting and got more information on the tile. So their estimate at that time, they were also asked to dig up and crush the tile at that time. And so for the 2140 feet of 24-inch gray heavy propylene pipe, it would have been $55 per foot. And then for the control structure, they estimated $17,500 to build a new structure and install it, or if we could repair the structure, $3,500. And then inspection pipe, since it's it's a 2,000-foot tile, for inspection of the pipe and for cleaning, future cleaning, it was suggested to put in an 18-inch inspection pipe, so that MBC Drainage's bid for that was $1,000. So for not digging up and crushing the existing pipe, they could decrease their cost by $2 per foot. They use a spoon trench installation method, which is a attachment on the end of the backhoe that actually makes the pit, or not the pit, the trench that they dig basically matches the size and of the pipe. It just has a few inches around it for packing soil around it, so it's not a flat bottom. If you have a flat bottom, you have to do more engineering of fill brought in to make sure your pipes don't get crushed. With a trench bottom like that, a spoon trench, it's easier to do, less stuff needs to be brought in. So for any pipe deeper than 8 feet, they automatically were already doing sand filling around the pipe, and that was included in the price per foot, but also they'd be able to use the sand that's on site. So for them, for the estimate, for the 2140 feet, which is what I asked of them, if we're doing it at $53 per foot, it would be that $113,420. If we're doing it at $55 per foot, it would be the $117,700. So if we drop down to that possibly 1910 feet of tile, that would be the $101,230 for the $53 per foot, or the $105,050 for the $55 per foot. Then we'd need to add the $1,000 for the 18-inch inspection pipe. And then depending on what can be done with the control structure, my hope was that we could repair the control structure and it would be the $35,000. So the best case scenario would be the $101,230 for the 1910 feet of tile, the inspection pipe, and then just repair the control structure for a total of $105,730. That would be $55.36 per foot for their bid. So then the township has been having landowner meetings. If you remember at the meeting that night, at the info meeting, I was told not to do anything else, to hold off on doing anything till the landowners decided what they wanted to do. They actually started having landowner meetings, and they had several of them. I think they've had at least 3 so far, if not 4, that they've hashed back and forth what to do with the tile. I did attend the last one. At the last one, there's people that were asking what it would cost to do a spot fix of the tile. I never even considered a spot fix of the tile because in 1987, we were told that over 50% of the tile was already failing. So a spot fix, you may get in there and you may end up just keep going anyway because it's all gonna be failing the whole length. But they asked me to get estimate for a spot fixed, and AgTech Drainage was brought up as another company that does large tile. So I got an estimate from AgTech Drainage for the spot repair. What they did was they gave me price per foot in ranges, and they actually decreased their dollar amount per foot of tile, the larger amount of tile you put in. They do a 24-inch dual wall high density polyurethane pipe, or polyethylene pipe that's got a 100-year life expectancy on that. They would charge $200 per hour to repair the control structure. They do charge for their 24-inch connections. 2 of them would be $1,316 to connect to the outlet structures. The connections between the 20-foot sections of tile is included in their price, so there wasn't extra for that. Their 18-inch inspection pipe would be $885. If they return after the tile is inspected to cut, cap, and bury the pipe, they would charge another $200. MBC Drainage had that included in their $1,000, was they'd come back and cut it and bury it. 6 inches of sand, at that time, I asked them if we had to bring in sand, would add $4.99 per foot to the pipe. So luckily, with the sand types, we can eliminate that $4.99 per foot. They would not dig up and crush the existing tile. They also use a spoon trench installation, and they use the soil-tight gaskets for connecting each section of pipe, which is the same as NBC drainage. So if we go from 800 to 200 feet of tile, which if there was a spot fix able to be done, and we only needed 200 feet of tile, I don't think 80 feet is gonna be practical, because I think there's more collapsed and more already in bad shape than that. But if we went at 200 feet, that would possibly be 15,381 for the pipe. So that less footage, of course, the 80-foot would be $115.54 per foot it calculates out to. The 200 feet would be $76.91 per foot that would calculate to. The sand would be the additional, but I'm hoping we're not gonna need the sand. So if they did the whole tile replacement, the 1910 feet of tile, they would do that at the $33.58 price. So the tile would actually cost $64,137.80 for that 1910 feet of pipe. Mobilization, they do charge for $750 for mobilization. It was brought up at the meeting that they wanted them to start doing the spot fix, and if the spot fix was gonna exceed more than what putting in the whole pipe would be, they wanted to tell them to stop and us call an emergency meeting and discuss it. Well, they said that if they did that and had to come, they would leave because they'd go to another project, and if they had to come back, each time they came back would be that additional $750 in mobilization. 2 connectors for $13.16, the 18-inch inspection pipe for $885, the cut cap and bury this pipe for $200, and then repair the control structure they would do per hour, the $200 per hour. I'm estimating they could do it for less than 10 hours, so that'd be $2,000. So their total for repairing the whole structure would be $69,288.80, which is $36.27 per foot. And my hope is we're not gonna need the sand, but if we needed the sand, it'd be additional $95.30 for the sand. So once the tile is put in, it's highly recommended to actually have an inspection done of the tile, send a camera down it to make sure there's no sags on the tile, and make sure all of the soil-tight gaskets are truly soil-tight and nothing's leaking. So I got a hold of 2 companies to get an estimate on the televising. Nelson Sanitation, who is the city of Long Prairie, uses to do their sewers. They're not really a tile company inspection, but they do tile inspection. They said minimum charge of 4 hours. They do $230 per hour. They estimate it could be done in less than 10 hours. They do provide a DVD or a USB flash drive. So low estimate, if they did it at 4 hours, would be $920. The high estimate at 10 hours would be $2,300 to do that inspection. Contacted another company, Johnson Jet Line. They are who Otter Tail County uses to do their tile inspections. They are a true tile inspection company. For a 24-inch tile line with the 2140 feet, they're estimating $1.75 per foot, so $37.45 for the inspection. Mobilization would be $500, so roughly $4,245 for them to do. They do a NASSC PACP certified camera operator, so they are like your true Cadillac of tile inspection companies. They televise it according to standards. They do reports with color pictures, still pictures, video, and then you could get that on a DVD, a VHS, or a flash drive. So that's substantially lower than NBC drainage, but that's because they decrease the price per foot. So I sent a landowner letter out to the landowners letting them know we were having this work session today, and also Round Prairie Township set up another another follow-up meeting with them that I'm gonna go to that one and explain all the same stuff to them, and that's gonna be on January 25th at 6:30. And then after that, let them direct us again on what they want us to do.
Nancy, is the tile so bad out there that you can't do one of these inspections?
No, they did the inspection in 87. They
Okay.
did run a camera through it in 87.
Yep.
But 50% of it at that time, well, that was actually after, so the collapse happened in the field, and then from where the collapsed area was, they actually jetted the pipe 500 feet downstream. So that was what they were able to inspect.
Okay.
Without jetting it, they would not have been able to inspect it. So I don't believe there would be
No, yeah,
sending a camera through it.
okay.
No.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, Commissioner Byers,
Yeah.
we become the ditch authority. We have to change hats.
Yeah.
Go from commissioners to ditch authority, okay? Then we have to discuss this, and I'll explain a little bit on the Sauk River watershed, for example. They do the ditches for Stearns County and part of Pope, correct? So first thing they'll do is a redetermination of benefits, which is $100,000 right off the top, okay, before you do any dirt work at all. $100,000 for redetermination. Next thing they do is they hire Houston Engineering, so then you have another $150,000 bill because the engineers engineered the ditch, okay? So you're sitting at $250,000 before you even touch any dirt. So the way we're trying to do it is help the farmers at least try to cover or, you know, make it affordable, because otherwise it's crazy. So some of those ditches down there, one guy in Pope County got a bill for $50,000. Okay, and when you're farming, you gotta make that up. So it's just like, holy crap. But anyways,
So this is, you know, the huge
Think this is
difference in
good
the
price?
estimates. Yeah. So,
the bad part about it is they gotta figure out what they wanna do.
right.
So you're thinking about bringing this to another work session, Nancy, before we bring it into a meeting?
Yeah, because I'll present it to the landowners on that
Yeah.
next thing, that's next Thursday. And then get direction from them, because like I said, in the beginning, I was told not to do anything else on this until they decided what to do. I didn't know they were gonna be holding 3 and 4 meetings before they were gonna decide what to do. So, so yeah, they have to decide, and then when I get direction on what to do, then we're gonna have to bring it back to the board. And Attorney Van Bruggen said that we could just bring it to a regular board meeting for a decision, so there would not have to be another hearing held. That would then incur more attorney's fees and more meeting fees that go along with that. But if there's still people that are in opposition, I don't know if I think you would rather actually have another hearing with the attorney there to make sure we're covering all our bases if there's people that are still in opposition to it.
Yeah, because we're still dealing with the 100-plus-year-old ditch law that,
Right, yeah, and there are still people that are in opposition,
right.
Okay.
so.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, we will see you at a work session again.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Sorry to put you to sleep.
No.
To sell that property.
Yeah.
These guys are assessed.
Are you guys getting informed this morning?
Wow, sure are. Very informative, thank you.
Hate to have to switch gears on you guys
Yeah.
today.
Worth the 2 year off of every year.
Right.
Okay, we're on the last stretch. Shouldn't take too long. All right, we are here to talk a little bit about the registered nurse, social worker care coordinator. We do have a need for an additional position down in our unit in Health and Human Services. So we've been talking about this a little while with the closure of home care. As of September 1st, we were able to absorb some staff, and that was greatly appreciated that we were able to do that. But as we look back the last 2 or 3 years through COVID and change of plans, when I say plans, health plans, in volumes with assessments that we have coming into the department, we really have, our caseload sizes have grown significantly. So it was time to come to the board and present the facts as they are with the numbers, and then have some discussion and hopefully get some direction from you as we move forward. Kim and Hillary have all those numbers to present to you this morning, but the request is to be adding another position because there is a great need. We talk a lot with our staff about a work-life balance, and our numbers are high, very, very high, and we want to be sure that we can keep our staff as we have them, because we know how much it is to invest in them when we hire staff. But I'll let you present those numbers.
Sure. So we are grateful that we got that +1 in November, but Even with that +1 person, it doesn't change our caseload numbers. We were kind of maintaining our status quo from this summer. So with the 8 case managers, when Nicole comes aboard in about a month, we'll still have like caseloads of 77 to 138 people, which when we checked with other counties around, their caseloads are 55 to 60 people that they manage, so we are still quite high. With our +1, we have had a little bit of wiggle room that we've been able to capture more revenue, but we still have, like I said, the high caseloads. We still have staff that are burning out. We went back to face-to-face visits in November, so we have more windshield time, so that has reduced our in-office time to be able to do our paperwork. Paperwork requirements have increased. We have our new MinChoices system that you guys have heard us talk about before. That's taking 8 to 10 hours to complete an assessment, whereas it was maybe 2 to 4 hours before with all the paperwork that we have. The system isn't running to full capacity yet either, so there are some glitches that we have to try to figure out the workarounds with that too. But it's all taking time. When we need to add services for clients, that's taking more time. It's not where you can just call one agency to get services set up. You're calling multiple to try to see if they have staffing to accommodate. Our worries are that we're still missing out on revenue that we could be attaining by seeing people. We like to see them quarterly, but that's not attainable with the caseloads we have. Our staff are feeling the burnout. They take great pride in the care that they give their clients, and they can't take the time that they would like to with each of those clients. So, and then, of course, health plan audits, we're worried that they might not be to the level we like them to be because we are just trying to make do, put out fires, do the best we can that way. With this position, it possibly could be county levy dollars for a little bit. We have a plan with our SNBC because we'll be able to take more time with that. Hillary, I don't know if you want to explain with the SNBC what our plan is?
Sure. Let me add that this service line, we talk a little bit about prevention, and what we put in for prevention, keeping people in their homes is unmeasurable. It's a double-edged sword when we look at that. What did we save in the long run? It's hard to prevent what we've saved, but we know what service it offers to your constituents. This is an unmandated, when we talk about mandated versus unmandated service line, this is an unmandated service line, so it's our goal to not have this levy dependent, because it's not mandated. But when you also talk about that balance of keeping your foot in somebody's home to keep them in their home longer, that benefit outweighs in the long run through nursing home charges that could potentially fall back on the county. So again, it's a non-mandated service, but again, the prevention is really, really hard to weigh. As we look, it goes from any age. We capture all populations through this position request. We're starting to see more urgent requests come in from hospitals with the MinChoices assessment that is requested. And our wait time right now to do an initial MinChoices assessment is 30 days out. What are we at, 30, 45?
It's about that. And that statute is 20 calendar days, so we're pushed past that as many other counties are, but that we can't meet those urgent needs for people that need to go to an assisted living because we are out that far.
And actually, we're doing really well in comparison to other counties. So when I say 30 days, we're not meeting the minimum, but we're doing well. And we're starting to see our baby boomers move towards retirement. Our youngest baby boomers starting to move into that retirement age. So there's going to be a greater demand in moving forward. But go ahead and talk about our current numbers.
Yep, so our numbers, so initial assessments in 2022, we were at 146, and by the end of the year 2023, we were at 223 assessments, so that's quite a jump. And then reassessments with people going on the waiver, we have to reassess them annually. We jumped from 124 to 149, so combining both of them, that's over 100 people, and we only have 2 assessors doing that. So They're doing at least 3 assessments a week, which is average, but now it's jumping to 4, 5. Kelly, our initial assessor, just to get the people with the urgent needs in, has done what, up to 6 in a week?
She, I think just last week, did 8.
And tell them, remind everybody how much time that takes with our new Min Choices, a program that is not very efficient.
I would say right now, with the new revised system, it takes between 8 to 10 hours because we're still learning the ropes of how this whole program or the system works itself. But there's other aspects that go along with that too, like we're waiting on Social Security disability determinations. We're waiting on SMRT certifications to come back from the state, and those things right now are 4 to 6 months out.
Remind people what SMRT is when we start using acronyms.
State Medical Review Team, so it's our state determining disability. It used to be 3 to 4 months, so we could capture that within our assessment time period. But now, since they're moved out that far, we're reassessing them at least 2, if not 3 times the same person, just to be able to get them on a waiver. So that also is taking up a lot more of our time.
And just like a prime example is we're getting intake calls every day and so-and-so is in the hospital and they need assisted living placement tomorrow. We don't have the capacity to meet those requests. At one point we did, but now we don't.
In which senior living or assisted living, they don't want to take those clients without a pay source. So that does, it is a cog in that chain, but it becomes very burdensome on those clients as well.
Yep, for sure.
Or they're going home and they're unsafe,
Yep.
which could cost us in the long run.
Yep, for sure. And then just our managed care caseload totals went from 605 in 2022 to 622 in 2023. That's with Centra Care taking, I think it was 40 of our members in-house that were Medica members. So those don't increase at a high level. They fluctuate in and out of our county, but at the same time, that's still higher than average for the counties around us.
So our thoughts, I think, would be with this full-time position would be a backup for our Min Choices assessors because we don't really have backup right now. And then aside from that, they would have a partial caseload as well, working with someone from 2 to 98, the age range can. So.
Okay, and I think they have to come here because it is a new position, so it has to come through work session before they can go ahead and bring it to the next board meeting. So that's just kind of the process that we use.
So we feel that, like I talked about, it's a not a mandated service. We don't want this to be levy dependent. We have a plan for that. With the caseload sizes reducing a bit by adding another person, we can start working those members that are our refusal to become, how do you want to explain that? I'm at a loss for words for how you work those refusal clients.
So like right now we, or I should say from like 2 months ago, we had 105 clients that were not wanting to participate in our care coordination program. So they're considered unable to reach if we can't reach them, or they just refuse to work with someone. And that takes a toll on what we get paid per month for those members. So I think it's across the board for unable to reach refusals, it's like $25 a month is what we get. If they actually participate and engage in our program, it's $185 a month. So even if we took half of those, say 100 clients, there's our second person. We can show that there's gonna be more revenue coming in. And I will say right now, and just in the last 2 months, 2 of our care coordinators I think have reached 20 of those members within that 100 that are actively participating in just 2 months.
And they've been able to actually take the time to do that because of that +1 that we had. She took on some of the SMBC so they can work together to try to really do good work to get people to become active.
Because before, that one care coordinator had 260 clients. There's no way you can engage with 260 people.
Right.
So when Angela moved over, we were able to then capture some of those ones that weren't wanting to participate.
And an active member, they get the health risk assessment, the care plan, more paperwork, of course, but they're getting that full care coordination and kind of that preventative measures that Jackie talked about, which truly does reduce ER visits, hospitalizations, and nursing home placements.
So there's lots of opportunity as we move forward to make this a non-levy dependent position, but as of today, there would be some levy dollars that would need to go towards this position until we can get to that point.
And as your budget sits right now, Jackie, would you be able to?
Yes.
It comes within, you have enough?
I think we are just over 5 months with our fund balance.
Okay. Commissioners? You okay with them coming to the next board meeting, which is February 6th?
Please do.
Yeah.
Right. All right, thank you so much.
Thank
We'll
you.
be back.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Chris?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have just a draft resolution to share with you today. I was asked to bring forward a resolution for the opposition of the redesigning of the state flag and the seal. And the opposition was really coming from the costs that the counties would incur with having this redesign done, changing out the seals, changing out the flags, and just in general, the design. So we do know that Crow Wing County has had this topic at their meetings and actually took action on this at their their January 2nd board meeting. And that they did pass a resolution to send a letter to Governor Walz opposing the redesign. So this is a draft of a resolution. This mimics the resolution that Crow Wing County has put together. And if this board wishes, this could be brought forward to the next Commissioners Board meeting.
Commissioners?
Please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bring it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
All right, last thing. Ready?
Yes.
Okay, here for discussion about the feedlot ordinance amendment. I think everybody was at the meeting on January 4th, and then I had some discussions with Commissioner Becker about coming here to the work session, and I really want to hear feedback, thoughts, and ultimately, I guess my goal would be to get some direction on where the commissioners are at and what we do next with these proposed amendments. So then we can start preparing things for the planning commission for review and get things amended going down the road here. So I guess I would turn it over for discussion here.
Well, I guess I asked for Adam to draw this up because it shows the difference between Ag 1, Ag 2, and you made us each a copy of this for the commissioners.
To be fair, I wasn't involved with that. That was all Doug and Catherine that put that together. I believe Commissioner Newman actually requested it. So credit where credit's due.
Okay, yep. And is a lot of people don't understand that if they're in Ag 1 or Ag 2, it's farm-related areas. They don't understand, the site smells of ag, but also you could be living next to a feedlot. And that's why we did it, and that's why we did it this way. This is not what's up for negotiations. This is not what we were talking about at the planning and zoning meeting. These are staying the same. We're not changing this. And I think a lot of people do not understand that part of it. So I was hoping that, and I don't see it on here, that it would explain the different animal units you're allowed, like on R10 or residential 10, residential 2, I believe it's 0, urban. So I was hoping to see some of those numbers on there. The other thing is, these were drawn out by the township, the individual townships put in where they wanted their ag, commercial development and so forth. And I think maybe a little education would help, because we're getting unbelievable questions about fences have to be moved, and, I mean, there was never discussion with fences or any sort of so forth.
So I did have GIS make them
Okay.
books up for commissioners, so we all understand per township, Barb's
Yeah.
right. I found it really interesting that online the other day, that was 40 feet setback. You know, all the farmers are gonna have to move their fence back 40 feet when it was pertained to Highway 27 moving their fence back 4 feet. But it was online that everybody's gotta move their fence back, both sides, 40 feet. It's like, what the
I
hell?
saw that in the.
Yeah, I think we
A
all
lot of
got,
misinformation out there.
yeah.
So AF1 and AF2 is large tract. That's how it states, large tract. Okay. So where does it address small tracts? You know what I'm saying? If you're ag, small tract, 10 acres, 20 acres, 20 acres max, because if you're on a 40, that's different. But say 20 or a 10 or a 15 or a 5. Okay, so then we went into, then you go into R, but R2 is different because it's different zone. So R10, R2, completely different zone, no animals except what, chickens?
Yeah, in R2, I think if you have at least an acre lot, you can have up to 25 chickens. R10 allows up to, I think, 9.9 animal units.
Okay.
So very small, very small.
So if I'm in AF1 and I have 10 acres, how many cattle can I have? 50?
So it's not a standard based on the property size. It's what the zoning district allows, recognizing that you need to maintain compliance with the feedlot rules also. So if you can, on your 10-acre example, if you can build a feedlot with the runoff controls and everything to maintain the compliance, well, then you could have X amount of animals on that property. As long as you're meeting all the other ordinance requirements. The reality is that in order to have the land base, to have a large feedlot on 10 acres maybe isn't realistic, right? You could have a smaller one, but it's not a factor of, you know, a window allows this much animal units and then this next window allows the next amount. Some of the setbacks that exist now are based on a tiered system like that, but it's not based on parcel size.
But if you only had 10 acres and you put 50 head on there, where would your manure management be?
That's another factor of it. You need to have the land base to apply the manure to, which you may not own that. You could have agreements with your neighbor.
So
You
there's
could have a number of
A
things.
lot of different animals that play into that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's much more dynamic than just the tiered thing. And there's many layers to compliance that go into it and several different rules.
See, and that's what we probably should have explained to them individuals the other night, was the fact that it wasn't large tract that was being addressed. It's the smaller tract, the 10 acres, the 15 acres, okay? It's the large tract, you're farming. Okay?
Sure.
You got a lot of land, you're farming. You're gonna be milking or raising beef. It's a small tracts. Okay, and then you have a neighbor in that small tract that, can they have 50 head on 10 acres?
And the answer is potentially, depending on the scenario.
Okay. See, and that's what should have been explained, because it goes back to explanation. Right?
Yeah, kind of. There's a couple of them dairies there that night that were there. Their operation's only on 10 acres. They have 200 cows. But like Adam said, they got the manure plan in place with the neighbors or other land, so this thing's like it's like a nasty onion. You keep peeling back layers, you're gonna find yourself crying pretty quick. I don't know, it's a tough one to look at, because
You can't stop them.
You know, a few years back, and it was once made a comment, you know, every time we allow to redistrict in one of these bigger tracts is where we're getting ourselves boxed in corners. You know, every time we let someone
Rezone.
or rezone, or take
Rezone.
off these 5, 10 acres and put a house, whatever. It's like where we're kind of boxing ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. That is something that should be considered every time we have a rezoning application. Then again, you can't base decisions based on the future, you know, so there's a lot of unknowns in that too. In the moment, there may not be a feedlot next to it, and there may never be.
Yeah.
You don't know. But that is certainly something to consider in those rezoning cases. And a vast majority of the rezoning applications we see are that AF1 to AF2 for that exact reason you described, is for
That building
rural
that second
residential
house on a smaller piece of,
Mm-hmm.
and the first house builder, maybe he's only going to do a house, but the second person is going to do cattle, feedlot, hogs,
Sure.
whatever. And that's where we're,
Yeah, so do we notify them, if they come in for a building permit, do we notify them right away and say, hey, you know what? You could have a feedlot next to you, just make sure you're aware of that. And what are the setbacks?
Well, I can't say we definitively notify them of that in the process. Our ordinance lays it out pretty clear the way it's written now, that you're going to have agricultural
Sites on the
characteristics in an ag district. And that's where in those rezoning applications that we often put that language right in the conditions. So it's very clear to them from the start, you may have agricultural activities happening around you. It's very likely. I forgot the second part of your question there.
So, no, where were we at?
It has to be notify them, and then you
Oh,
have.
yeah, do you
yeah.
notify them? Do you
Sure.
tell them, say, hey, you know what? You just split off your 40 acres, so now you have 20. And you got the other 20, okay? And you build on the other 20. And the neighbor's got a 20 next to you. So do you tell them when they split that the neighbor could have a feedlot next to him potentially?
That is not like a checklist item to tell them that, no. If they ask the question, we certainly tell them exactly what could happen, but, you know, that's one of many scenarios that could happen. So it's not one of our items that we just automatically tell people, and it's not a part of the permitting or the application process either. It would be great information when you see these things in hindsight to tell people that, but no, we don't automatically tell them that in the permit or the application process.
Yeah, because, like Douglas County, their top of their thing says, to provide, maintain, and enhance agricultural land in the county, which has been historically farmed, and protect the agricultural and natural resource land from scattered residential development. So when these individuals start putting homes on those 20, they gotta know that they're subject to.
Sure. And that is something for strong consideration when these applications for rezoning come through the process.
And we do that at the county level or the township level?
it's actually done through the planning and zoning level.
Is the question rezoning? Yeah, it's very similar to CUP. It's actually a zoning amendment, part of the ordinance. It's the map is an attachment to the ordinance itself. So it goes through that planning commission recommendation to the county board of commissioners.
It's just gonna help the phone calls that, and I don't think Commissioner Denny will see it or Commissioner Becker will see it as much as we will, Lou and I will probably see it down here because we're getting more and more people moving out of the cities and buying up those, or trying to beat the Amish to buy up those 20-acre land. So and people are dying to get out of the cities, so.
I have some questions if, or, sorry.
No, no, sorry,
Okay.
I just
Huh?
put that down. I was pointing at him and I wasn't. We're good.
So are there specific questions that we should be asking the planning and zoning as we go into the next meeting? Because, you know,
Yeah.
what came out of that meeting was really interesting.
Right, so, I have the 2 pages of my staff report here where I had walked through what things had discussed or things to be considered, which consisted of the things that were discussed at that first work session, also some things that whether myself or Deja or whoever had kind of compiled over the years, that we feel like need to be addressed. So, the 2 big ones that everybody talked about at the meeting were creating a setback, a residential setback requirement, and
So that would be a setback from the person building the house to the neighbor's land.
it would be a setback between feedlots and a residential structure, and it's a reciprocal setback. So if there is a feedlot here, whatever that setback distance is, this house needs to be that far away from it. Also, if there's a house here, a new feedlot coming in, that same setback needs to be met. It's not to a property boundary, it's from house to feedlot component is how that would work. But I guess the reason I'm bringing it up there was, I mean, you guys heard what the public had to say. They were not in support of what of creating a setback. So my question to you as we move forward is that something that should be considered by the planning commission of, you know, answering these questions of what is that setback? How does it apply to, you know, going through that process, or is the creation of a residential feedlot setback
Adam, is that
something?
between the house and the feedlot, is the house an ag land? Or is it in residential or something different? I mean, if that house is sitting in ag land, they've already realized
Yep,
that they could have a feedlot.
that's a great question. This is something we have discussed is you can, I'd have to put some thought into this, but I believe we can create setbacks for different zoning districts, right? Or try to work on some sort of transitional setback when you have those situations from residential to ag or vice versa.
I mean, I can see
You
from
know.
residential to ag maybe, but when you're building in ag, you're gotta be open, you could have a feedlot.
Sure, yep.
If you build next to a gravel pit, you know what? You might be hearing gravel crushing.
Okay. And so what I'm hearing, I believe, is that we're not interested in creating any sort of setback for sure in any agricultural district. There's potential to be looking into creating setbacks in residential districts or in like a transitional situation between districts. If I'm hearing that correctly, I just want to confirm.
Tim? You're a farmer, what do you look at it at? I mean,
I don't like setbacks. I like using all your land. But that being said, that's just me as a farmer. If I live in a transition area, I'd be very irritated if someone said that you can't use this portion of your land because it falls within the setback guidelines. It'd be irritating. That's just me personally. But if I was somebody from the cities moving up there and it's not, and if it was zoned in residential, on that end, I would be irritated too, like, well, it's in residential, it's not in agriculture, so why do I have to abide by that setback? So like I said, it's such a slippery slope of, I almost say just no setbacks, and if you want to build next to potentially, agricultural land, that's just what you deal with in Todd County. That's me personally. You might be subject to some cattle, but it is different when we're talking around lakes and that, but like I said, I don't know. Go ahead, Bob. Your question for me or comment at me?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a sensitivity or a different thought pattern around lake streams, that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, but common sense would tell me if you were moving from wherever to here, or you bought a chunk of land here, and it was, you know, by ditch 40, which I have property, okay, that's by Little Elk, right, the horse ranch, right, in Bruce Township. I would expect to hear, smell, see. I mean, it's common sense, right? You know, to me, that's part of the country experience myself.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just would, whether or not the real expectations are realistic for somebody moving from here or where to, you know, in Bruce Township, a lot of turkeys. Do your research, you know, it's a lot of whatever. And I think it'd be a great place to build and live. I'd love to be in the community like that, but I'm gonna expect those smells and those sounds and blah, blah, blah.
And on the resident or the shoreline piece of it, the rule already does not allow for new feedlots in shoreline zoning anyway. So what's there is there. Our ordinance, this is one of the things I want to get to, so I'll jump ahead. Our ordinance has a discrepancy in what is allowed in shoreline zoning for existing feedlots. I think that's a piece of it that in this process, we need to amend that. Because there's a section that talks about expansion up to 50 animal units with a CUP or something to that effect. And there's another piece that talks about you can expand to 1,000 with a CUP as long as you're not encroaching further into the shoreline designation. So as long as you're maintaining that distance from whatever that water source is, those are conflicting statements in the same ordinance. So there are pieces of this that we need to address.
And I think those are the pieces that we have to address.
Sure.
And I think that's what we have to lead the planning and zoning more to address those ones that are conflicting and not create new ones.
Sure. I'm not sure if we've reached a conclusion on the setback thing. I think I've heard what I needed to hear.
From
that
both
There's
rays.
not a large appetite for creating that at the moment. And then the next big one was an animal unit cap. Is there a need to consider an animal unit cap on feedlots? The statements, again, were very similar to the setbacks where there was really no support for it. And again, our comp plan supports agriculture. It's a lot of the same statements that have already been said here, but I want to just touch base on those items first. And then I have a few more here.
How would you even begin to do a cap? Would you do a cap?
MPCA?
Yeah, per acre, acre animal units, or would you do?
Yeah, there's a number of ways you could do it, right? To Commissioner Newman's example of the 10 acres, you could put a cap if you need to have X amount of acres for X amount of animals and create some sort of tiered system. You could just, a lot of counties just in general just have this is all the bigger you can get. There's a number of ways to do it if that is something of interest. We heard there wasn't any support for it, but we will venture down that road and investigate and look at options to address that.
Isn't there plenty of counties in Minnesota that have enacted a cap that you would at least have some history to kind of understand why and what works and what doesn't work? I mean, it's like 20 plus counties.
Yeah, I think there was 27 of the, was there 87 counties? Have a cap. Keeping in mind, many of those are metro counties and heavily wooded, large counties up north where maybe this isn't an issue. But that's something we could reach out to them and ask them, how's it going? Why did you do that? I don't mean that in a negative way, but why did you make the decision to place a cap? I believe the one example where this just came up recently is because they actually were taking their capping and raising it. So that would be interesting to hear the rationale behind that.
So we get a lot of people that come in and buy small acreage for horses or whatever.
Chickens, goats.
And I think we had one gentleman speak on that he was wishing that cap could be raised. Because what are we at, 5?
I think he was talking about the state's at 50, right?
The state was at 25 or something, or
Oh,
10, or?
okay, sure.
Douglas versus Todd, wasn't it?
No,
What year?
that was state versus Todd.
Yeah, and that was a misunderstanding,
Embauchement.
right? What
Yeah.
you're referencing is the requirements for registration. That is not a limitation on a feedlot. It has
Okay.
nothing to do with compliance based on runoff or anything like that. It is just basically a certification to the county that you have X number of animals on your property. And we base the compliance off of that, knowing that's what you're gonna have. We're gonna review based on that. And they really should be registering based on what they have the capacity to handle. So that's not a restrictive piece. The piece that's different in Todd County is that we require all feedlots at 10 animal units to register. That's an ordinance. That's different than the state in the fact that you have your 10 animal units in Shoreland. It's 50 is the minimum everywhere else.
Okay.
But that is not a permit. It's not a restriction that you can't exceed. It's just supplying information to the county. And there is, kind of a 4-year cycle window that you have to register in continually.
Okay.
And it just gives the county the opportunity to know what's where.
What's going
Especially
where
if there's
and
like a
whatever.
disease
Yeah.
going around or something, you can notify neighbors and
Yep.
this guy's got 10 cattle and there's something wrong with the neighbor's cattle, so send them a
Especially
letter.
with your hogs.
The hogs, yep.
And
the
birds.
Poultry, yeah, everything.
Yep,
Yeah, it's,
okay. But see, that's why I said there were so many.
Sure. So we could look into an animal unit cap or options for now, if that's something that we believe will be worth the while.
That would be, yeah, you're right. I didn't know there was farmers on 10-acre land.
Yeah. There's a lot of guys that just rent everything, every bit of their ground. Their home base is on 10 acres.
And a lot of people have smaller 10-acre, whatever chunks of land for banking purposes, for personal reasons. And they may own the land right next to it, but we're not making decisions based on everything they own. We're making decisions based on those individual properties. So it gets complicated looking at piecing all these together. And there's a number of other things on this list here that I think we need to look into, including what opportunities to have livestock in residential zones, the R10 stuff, looking at if you actually, for an example, maybe if you're of a conforming size parcel, 10 acres, that you can have some horses or something. That's very common in those residential zones to want to build a little lean-to structure and have a few horses. Our ordinance doesn't allow it. But they may be mostly on grass. It may not be a compliance issue, but that is a big thing that I believe has held up the sale of properties across the county in the past.
R10, you can have the horses, but you can't have a shelter?
Sorry, I
Okay.
misspoke there. In R2, you can't have them. R10 would allow 9.9.
Yep,
Yep,
along with
yeah.
a shelter for them.
Yes, yeah, I misspoke. So
Yeah.
it's common where you have these larger, maybe 10 acres, but in an R2 zone where we just aren't allowing things, and it may abut an ag zone. There's a lot of different scenarios. So I think it's something that should be investigated. Let's see here. There's a piece about construction for short form applications, which is your non-NPDS permits that would be submitted to the county for the feedlot program. It requires they be submitted to the county upon submittal of a conditional use application. Well, that feedlot operator already has to submit the NPDS permit application to the state. We should just be requesting that same application from the applicant, so we're not getting two separate permits that achieve the same thing. Either one would accomplish what the mission of that statement of the ordinance is. So I think that's a very simple correction. Yeah, talking about looking into animal units in individual zoning districts. And there was one other thing, the shoreline piece of it. But yeah, there's a number of things here. I think that's for sure the things that we should move forward with, and correcting those things and seeing what options exist to address some of those calls we get on a pretty frequent basis. But I wanted to at least be on the same page moving ahead with the setback and animal unit cap stuff. with a little direction to know where
Yeah,
we go
hopefully
next.
you can do some explaining at the next planning and zoning meeting.
Yeah, I certainly will have a staff report, and I'll build off of what was already started in the last meeting and try to answer questions and see where it goes there. I don't know that I will have a draft ordinance prepared at that point because it's still kind of in limbo which direction we go, but I would like to have something that people can start looking at and reading. But we'll see as I look through these things how that's gonna piece together here. But we have that on the agenda, first item on the February.
I appreciated you
First.
putting that on first.
Yeah, Chris had talked with me about that and we looked into the options. We don't have any, well, now we don't for sure have any returning applications to address, so we'll just put that at the top of the list and
Yeah,
go with it.
okay.
Okay.
And I would suggest getting the planning commission copy of this.
Sure,
they have
okay.
it.
I will
Be a good idea.
Really good idea.
And
talk
then
with
make sure
those.
though it has the,
Yeah,
yeah,
Yes,
zones broke down in writing where they can understand the AF1, AF2.
like those definitions of what those zoning districts are
Yes.
that are in our ordinance, like get that in there?
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's one thing I forgot to tell Doug. I forgot all about it when I bet he didn't put, yeah, so. But I'm really thankful that our GS department, I mean, they got it right on these, got them done for us, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, very nice.
Hopefully my truck starts.
What?
Sitting here long enough, she's.
Yeah, Doug called me and asked if we had a cover page for him, so we didn't have to make one for our P and Z,
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
We didn't have one, but Catherine uses our bookbinding
Yeah.
machine, so she was down making
It's
them.
nice, and then they said they'd update them, so,
Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
so I will get that sheet probably to Catherine, so they can insert that. We'll make some copies for the planning commission members. And, yeah, I don't know if there's anything else or any other questions I can answer today.
okay, real good. Thank you, Adam.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Guys, had enough fun today yet?
What was that?
Yeah.
I'm
We
sure
just-
it's 1 o'clock.
We just, this is you, Chris, you didn't want that last
I got
meeting
places-
to end.